Nalisi, Olodamare, Ibayi. Omi Tutu, I say Ane Tutu, I say Ili Tutu, I say Tutu Legba, I say Kosi Arun, I say Kosi Io, I say Kosi Opo, I say Kosi Entana, I say Kosi Pataba, I say Akababa Waya, I say Mojo Ogo Lafi, I say Mojo Ogo Orisha, I say Mojo Ogo Itatun, I say Mojo Ogo Iku, I say Nila Nalisi, Olodamare, Ibayi Arun, I say Nikamasi Ogobo, I say Babalasa Ogobo Ilasa, I say Nikamasi, I say. Okay. Ain, I say Ain Saw, I say Keba, I say Shakma, I say Bana, I say Kep, Chef, I say Gebra, I say Tipperit, I say Nod, I say Yashad, I say Naksad, I say Had, I say Yasid, I say Da, I say Malkuth, I say Aether, I say Celios, I say Magnemeta, I say Jupiter, I say Mars, I say Helios, I say Venus, I say Mercury, I say Diana, I say Ceres, I say Aether, I say Uraeus, I say Rhea, I say Zeus, I say Ares, I say Apollo, I say Aphrodite, I say Hermes, I say Artemis, I say Demeter, I say Osea, I say Tahuti, I say Mayat, I say Ptah, I say Sut, I say Sutnesi, I say Ra, I say Amen Ra, I say Amen Rentensar, I say Het Heru, I say Anpu, I say Aset, I say Nebhurt, I say Yema, I say Odin, I say Fragda, I say Frigga, I say Balda, I say Loki, I say, get some water. I gotta, and also, hold on, while I'm getting at it, yeah, I got another characteristics of the Kamite gods I'm gonna do today also too. I say Loki, I say Thor, I say Fire, I say Freya, I say Sif, I say Nerthris, I say Brahmin, I say Vishnu, I say Bravini, I say Ramachandra, I say Shiva, I say Shakti, I say Sita, I say Hanuman, I say Lakshmi, I say Jensaya, I say Dambawalawedo, I say Papagade, I say Loa, I say Marasha, I say Bridget, I say Bachman, I say Adam Gwadi, I say Ogu Farelli, I say Ogu Shango, I say Azurli, I say Legba, I say Edowedo, I say Zaka, I say Alafi, I say Oshosi, I say Olakun, I say Ife, I say Abatala, I say Odudawa, I say Orunla, I say Ogun, I say Shango, I say Oshun, I say Legba, I say Jiminja, I say Orisha Oku, I say, fill that while I'm doing this, because I got to do the, I have another list of some real Kamite deities I'm going to do. Ra, I say Ka, I say Ba, I say Ad, I say Ku, I say Sahu, I say Cat, I say Kabdet, I say Cat, I say Sekhem, I say Shekinah, I say Osea, I say Sut, I say Ama, I say Neama, I say Ba, I say Na, I say Yugaru, I say Nomo, I say Yugaru, I say Kuntu, I say Digitalia stages, I say, yeah. Where's another one up under there? Yeah, okay, yeah, give me that right now. I say Ikingu, I say Imana, I say Buzima, I say Muzima, I say Kamara, I say Kingu, I say Muzimu, I say Marambu, I say Rarim, Kakti, I say Muzimu, I say Bo, I say Da, I say Seldo, I say Zodo, I say Fa, I say Yi, I say Mawan Lisa, I say Si, I say Mawa, I say Legba, I say Akanapan, I say Akra, I say Netro, I say Yup Magya, I say Sansaban, I say Malamfo, I say Sansamam, I say Oku, I say Kimi, I say Sansamam, I say Nakumpa, I say Umbelinga, I say Nkulakulu, I say Hastar, I say Cthulhu, I say Nilahotep, I say Azathoth, I say Shubnigara, I say Dagon, I say Dogon, I say Great Old Ones, I say Deep Ones, I say Great Ones, I say Sutnesi, I say Sutnubit, I say Pan, I say Inanna, I say Ishtar, I say Marduk, I say Tiamat, I say Nibiru, I say Kuntu, I say Hu, I say Raherukahudi, I say Harpocrat, I say Harmaku, I say Harmakis, I say, okay, let's see. Newt, I say Apit, I say Tyre, I say Raziel, I say Kaziel, I say Haniel, I say Bubiel, I say Lakmiel, I say Iniel, I say Elijah, I say John, I say Quetzalcoatl, I say Yeshua, I say Atan, I say Medera Atan, I say Meskinit, I say Tetragrammaton, I say Abd-Urt, I say Abra, I say Bridget, I say Mithra, I say, okay, Tammuz, I say Doozy, Ashe. Amen Rentensar, Ashe. Amfet, Ashe. Akar, Ashe. Amenet, Ashe. Amen, Ashe. And Jeti, Ashe. Antaeus, Ashe. Anpu, Ashe. Anukit, Ashe. Apis, Ashe. Okay. Astarte, Ashe. Atan, Ashe. Atum, Ashe. Bastet, Ashe. Beth, Ashe. Butches, Ashe. Dadoon, Ashe. Dawamutef, Ashe. Ejo, Ashe. Gab, Ashe. You might want to give me another one of them. I will keep it rolling. Ha, Ashe. Happy, Ashe. Harkidi, Ashe. Harindados, Ashe. Hamakis, Ashe. Hermerti, Ashe. Horus, Ashe. Heru, Ashe. Heru, Ashe. Hopocrat, Ashe. Heart shapes, Ashe. Horistatus, Ashe. Heru, Ashe. Hetmahet, Ashe. Heket, Ashe. Hemmitt, Ashe. Herus, Ashe. Heru's children, Ashe. Hu, Ashe. A, Ashe. Imhotepamutis, Ashe. Aset, Ashe. Ashe. Kadash, Ashe. Kabasnukef, Ashe. Kimutef, Ashe. Kentucky, Ashe. Kenti Amentu, Ashe. Kenti Ertu, Ashe. Capri, Ashe. Kanum, Ashe. Combs, Ashe. Mayat, Ashe. Meskinit, Ashe. Men, Ashe. Menovis, Ashe. Month, Ashe. Mut, Ashe. Mentu, Ashe. Nanette, Ashe. Muntu, Ashe. Kunsu, Ashe. Nephitim, Ashe. Nuth, Ashe. Negbet, Ashe. Neptert, Ashe. Nefri, Ashe. Nut, Ashe. Honoris, Ashe. Osir, Ashe. Petbi, Ashe. Patah, Ashe. Re, Ashe. Reshef, Ashe. Oh. Few more. Serapis, Ashe. Satis, Ashe. Sekhmet, Ashe. Salket, Ashe. Sashet, Ashe. Suf, Ashe. Set, Ashe. Shay, Ashe. Shed, Ashe. Shu, Ashe. Saya, Ashe. Sobek, Ashe. Sarkaris, Ashe. Sabdu, Ashe. Satis, Ashe. Tatanin, Ashe. Tamutis, Ashe. Thos, Ashe. Thoraris, Ashe. Onet, Ashe. Upwaret, Ashe. I guess that would do it for that and all. Thunderdog, Ashe. Thunderbird, Ashe. White Buffalo, Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. The Hemmitt family, Ashe. The Shaw family, Ashe. The Davis family. So when I count to three, 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all gods known and unknown. Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. All right. Yes, if you get some energy, we might well pull that out, I guess. I guess so it won't spill. Okay. All right. Now, it's interesting because what it is what we have learned, well, I just would have put this on the tape. The second day in Philly at Sister Delilah's. Yesterday we had a great one at Sister Miriam's. And what's the name of your place again? Peace of Heaven. And so this is phase 2. And it's funny because it's all, a lot of powerful sisters up here in Philly, which is mentioned in Beginner's Guide to Revelation, Robin Robertson book, Beginner's Guide to Revelation, which is, I think it's a very good book for the simple fact it just doesn't deal with the Christian mythos, but it deals with Dogon. It deals with Dogon. It deals with the Kamite or the Egyptian. It also deals with the Carl Pribram's holographic universe, which is quantum physics. In metaphysics, they call it chaos physics, which is called the making of a new science, or as we discussed yesterday, it's all about melanin magic, but they got the new words as of the 1986 conference called creative physics. In that book, The Sign of the Serpent, that we'll access again, creative physics, which is all about melanin physics, or chaos physics, what they call. And basically, these are new words that explain alchemy. Now, like we always say, and I pay homage because I was in Dr. Ben's little mystery system and all, and I came out of the Afrocentric movement, and, came out of the Farrakhan thing, and, that whole thing that was going on at that particular time in the early 90s. But unfortunately, what happened is like when I went to see John Henry Clark in '94, I used to meet with him in the hotel room when he would come down to Atlanta, he and Dr. Ben. And I went to go see him in '94. They opened up this Clark House, which was this house that they dedicated this brownstone to John Henry Clark. And they had two younger brothers up in there giving some new science. One brother was dealing with the whole New World Order thing, and I was dealing with basically metaphysical stuff. And the whole time there was groups of people that was hunching Dr. Ben with John Henry Clark and saying, John Henry Clark saying, is this stuff true? And John Henry Clark was looking at them saying, I don't know. Why the hell you ask him? He the expert at that. So the key is, what it was is, for some reason, that it was a group of people, like a first world crew that just figured that when they got the Afrocentric part, they got all the end all and be all there was of knowledge. Unfortunately, what they didn't realize is and I mentioned this yesterday, how is it that every voice we had with just basic civil rights and just basic anything in the 1960s, you died. They killed your ass. Then all of a sudden we could come out in the 1990s and late 80s and just talk stuff and nobody dies. And that is because we understand that even the stuff that we got from ASCAC was only the stuff that the white boy allowed us to even go in and research and say we uncovered our shit. You understand where I'm coming from? So we're talking about being victims of library colonization. So Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark did great work. Nobody can deny that. But for some reason, we started calling them our illustrious scholars. First of all, you don't never let nobody call you no scholar or no kind of shit like that, because knowledge is what? Infinite. You see what I'm saying? And Dr. Ben had a lot of problems with that and all, because he would start organizations and then he would just leave. Next thing you know, he'd be left with an organization without a leader. He was good for that, which was good because Dr. Ben was trying to tell them, hey, fuck it, we all students. And we supposed to be looking at this thing as students. Otherwise, go join a leader group. We got plenty of leaders group, you know what I'm saying, where a person says something and all and say that you shouldn't be reading other stuff. Now, it's good. It's funny because that's what you call it is doing now. Raul Nefer. Big problem with that down in Atlanta. Telling the people they shouldn't read certain books. You know what I'm saying? Let me draw the conclusion. You know, so these are problems, this age-old problems that we have is called the crisis of the Negro intellectual. I'm not talking about Harold Cruz, but I'm saying there is a crisis of the Negro intellectual, but there's a crisis in intellectualism also. The same crisis in intellectualism is the same thing that Crawley, the Theosophical Society, G.R.S. Mead, and a group of white people at the turn of the century was battling the same way. Whereas somebody's saying, this is the way shit's supposed to be presented. And as soon as you put a label on anything, you already limit the amount of energy or limit the capacity of how much you can rise by putting a limit on some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is the way something is. And one thing about it, like I had some good friends. I had a friend named Wise. Now, Wise was in the Nation of Islam. At that particular time, I started uncovering stuff in the Egyptian text that Elijah Muhammad had said, and I'm running up on this shit, and I'm saying, hell, this stuff is the same stuff that Elijah Muhammad was saying. But I told Wise, I said, Wise, you got a problem like this. I said, for some reason, and this is what it is with the ego, but Wise was 19 or 20, so that's that young puffed up shit, you know. Wise wanted to take what, you know, Honorable Elijah Muhammad or Noble Drew Ali said to the exact science, whereas this is the absolute. And there was a brother that was a 5% Muslim, and he was also in the Afrocentric movement. We was all going and accessing Dr. Ben and all. We was reading Civilization of Barbarism at that time, Diop and all. And the brother kept telling me, he was a 5%er, you know, but they're a little more free, it's basically, they're out in the street, but they call themselves the God and all this, but they're a little more free in the thinking. And he kept telling Wise, there are no absolutes in nothing. There is no absolute in nothing. And I'm looking at that in quantum physics now. And if you understand melanin and understand spirits, there are no absolutes, because when you put something absolute, you put it in a container. And when you put anything in a damn container, that means it cannot grow any further. And that's what fundamentalism and that's what sectarian religions did in the last 2,000 years. There are no absolutes. So there's no such thing as saying, this is a certain way that we go about scholarship. That's bullshit. That's what the European taught us. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, he's accessing all our shit. You even turn on the Discovery Channel. He's doing unorthodox ways to do stuff. Penis implants and shit. But yet there's an orthodox way we're supposed to do stuff. You know what I'm saying and all? You know? All kinds of stuff. Giving motherfuckers monkey hearts and shit. But yet, it's the orthodox way we do things. You understand what I'm saying? And even Crawley when he died, Crawley, and even in his book, the Book of Thoth, he said, I find this problem with this British 19th century mentality that spilled over into the 20th century up until the damn 60s, is that he said, I go around the world and I find an innocence in the indigenous people, and what the European man has to do is he got to get put on a certain amount of innocence. He must receive the innocence if he's going to save himself. So for the last 130 years, or basically let's say good 20, 30, 40 years, or whatever, well, we could even go back to doggone W.E.B. Du Bois and that whole crew. We have taken on this same British mentality on the way we're going to look at some shit. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to look at something that's got to fit these three basic modes. And we don't understand that even the scholars, Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, and even Asa Hilliard and Charles Sphinx, I've talked to them personally, and they didn't believe some of the things that they was conveying, but they had a damn head of the department over there, so they couldn't say certain things outside of that because those people got jobs. So the difference between some stuff, well, you can go and say what the hell you want is based on whether you got a job or not. You know what I'm saying? So Van Sertima can't say a certain amount of things at Rutgers. You see what I'm saying? Charles Sphinx can't say a certain amount of things at the Morehouse School of Medicine, although he does believe greater things than what he even published. You understand what I'm saying? But that's based on that, so we follow the illustrious, what we call intellectuals and all, but privately. You know spiritual things all the time, and there's no certain way that we deal with things a certain way. It's just that those people stuck to a model to save their ass. You understand what I'm saying? They saw what the hell happened to Leonard Jeffries. And hell, he wasn't doing it. It's made an example out of that nigga's behind. So this is the criteria. Take, for instance, I got a friend that I met about 3 weeks ago. About a month ago, I met this brother, and this brother was searching. And the brother loves the information. But somewhere in the information that he's receiving, in this metaphysical or spiritual realm, he's always stopping and he always has problems processing the information. And I said, the reason why you have problem processing the information is because you have not been taught to process. I said, first of all, you went to college, didn't you? Yes. I said, first of all, before you even let this information sink into your brain, your ego tells you that you got to rebut the shit. And you thinking of your rebuttal before you even let the shit process. I said, if the stuff is false knowledge, it's not going to peter out anyway. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't going to hold no water no way. So hell, just give it a fucking week. Give it a chance to process. Say, well, I'm going to ponder on this for about a week. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going to ponder on this for a week because I understand there is no such thing as absolutes. So therefore, what you're saying is something that I might be able to come around to with some reasoning. You see, but the way the mentality is based on the way we are trained is he was not giving himself time to process the data. You see? And why is that? Because he had something preconceived inside of him in the first damn place. You see where I'm coming from? So that's why you go back and look at Empire Strikes Back, the second movie. In the movie, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and like I said, oh, that's a damn movie, but I just showed you called the new advanced stuff, and I explained this the last time I was here. The new advanced stuff is what? Quantum psychology. And in there you have the holographic universe by Michael Talbot. And in the front of the book, which is in the physics section at Barnes & Noble, he starts off explaining his whole thesis based on what? Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Star Wars shit. You see what I'm saying? Because even Joseph Campbell, when he wanted to explain mythology, he went to George Lucas for him, because these Jews, that's where they go and get their shit from mythology. You see what I'm saying? So now, in the second version, or the second part of Empire Strikes Back, Obi-Wan Kenobi is the person that's dead. You got little Yoda is supposed to be teaching Luke Skywalker. But Yoda is having a conversation with Obi-Wan Kenobi, but Luke Skywalker can't see him because Luke Skywalker hadn't gotten to that type of knowledge where he can see the people who have ascended. And they're having a conversation on the fate of Luke Skywalker and whether he can be trained or not, or whether he can learn or not. And Yoda say, I don't know, he's too old. And what did he mean by that? He's saying because he's too old, and Obi-Wan Kenobi said, no, trust me. He's got the right stuff. He can learn this stuff. And what Yoda was trying to say was, at a certain age, we get certain preconceived notion on what the fucking world is. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody can tell us shit. And then when we go and get an education or get some fool to validate our ignorance, nobody really can't tell you nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really can't tell you anything. So what I'm saying is there are no absolutes. If you get the introduction to chaos magic, and chaos physics, all of them tell you there are no absolutes. There are no absolutes. Which means is you got to give your mind to function just like nature. Nature is a series of contradictions. Just like them bushes out there, you ain't going to have one leaf that's identical. But it doesn't have to be. You see what I'm saying? We don't deal with the linear perspective of a right brain, of this left brain type of mentality that things have to fit in a fucking box. Because you can't box no motherfucking water, if you really know what I'm talking about. Or you can't box no fucking energy. You see what I'm saying? You get an explosion. So what it is what we have a concept is we got to reteach ourselves on how to learn. You see what I'm saying? Because the beast done came in and told us there's a certain way that things need to line up. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. Why do they have to line up that way? Do they really have to line up that way for you to believe it, or do they have to line up that way for the simple fact that you want to go and show the damn white boy this model and say, nah, I done put it in the model and it still lines up that way? I mean, what are we in this thing for in the first place? Are we in this stuff to get results, or are we in this stuff to just try to just basically intellectualize so we can feel good about ourselves? You know. So basically, we have to teach ourselves how to actually speak, train ourselves actually how to learn. So let's get into some certain things. There's a movie out, because this is what the white boy is doing now. He's doing this now. There's a movie out called Spirit Lost. Spirit's Lost. It was put out by what's the guy that played on Frank's Place? Tim Reed. Tim Reed saying, but we don't have now the black man don't have no problem producing a movie. The white man didn't put the jump in, now saying, hell, we're not just going to distribute the stuff. So a lot of the movies have to go straight to video. So the movie Spirit Lost is a movie that, it's a movie about this particular sister that didn't know she was dead. And she died in, like, slavery. But when the other people moved into her house and stuff, she started having an affair with this particular man in real life. And anyway, it took some sisters that was in the Yoruba to get her out of there, you know. And so it's a very good movie, and I think the movie was, they didn't want to show a spiritual side of black people other than jumping around in a goddamn church. So the preacher's wife could get released, you know what I'm saying. But the Spirit Lost couldn't. And it went straight to video, but I know it's on video now. So, yeah, you got it from Bert, didn't you? Yeah, I got a copy from her too. Very good video. Now it's interesting because all over the country, in '95, one of the biggest metaphysical bookstores in America closed down, Samuel Weiser in New York. In Atlanta, you had both Oxford Bookstore, which is this big, huge bookstore. They had 2 or 3 of them. It closed down 2 weeks ago. As well as Avalon, this big metaphysical bookstore. And all across the country, a lot of these are being closed down, but also Barnes & Noble is moving in and closing these things down, because the government say, well, what we'll do is to close down these particular smaller bookstores, which we don't have a control over what kind of knowledge these people will order. Barnes & Nobles will move into the town and will say, well, we can order the books free of charge, and we can charge you less or whatever, because we can get this stuff on a big bulk or whatever, because we are a chain store. And so what they do is they go in and before you know it, all these other stores cannot deal with the actual competition of Barnes & Nobles. And also Barnes & Noble got a nice coffee shop and nice hardwood chairs and desks and stuff and all. And so the atmosphere, and so they get the bulk of the people coming. And so Borders and Barnes & Nobles are the ones that's moving in, and they're closing down these other bookstores. And that's another way of monitoring what's actually getting out, especially the metaphysical stuff. You see what I'm saying? So also I was saying when it came to Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark and all of those type of things, we got some people that got stuck in a rut. The part was those people came up and they were supposed to give us an introduction into greater mysteries. Because the whole time they kept talking about the mystery system, the mystery system, the mystery system. But nobody couldn't tell you what the fuck the mystery system was. So they just give you one fragment of the mystery system in Stolen Legacy, which is a beautiful book if you've never heard anything metaphysical before. It's a great book. But as you know, once you get into the metaphysical, you can see that it's quite arcane. You know what I'm saying? But other than Stolen Legacy, most people didn't realize that the mysteries was even greater than that. You see what I'm saying? And then some people thought that Diop was actually dealing with the mysteries. You see what I'm saying? But that was only an introduction. Now, I propose that everybody needs an Afrocentric base when you deal with the metaphysical thing, because we understand that the white people, that although they ever give you all this stuff, they're not going to exactly say it's black. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to exactly say it's black. But then again, when reading those particular books, I don't supposed to have the inferiority complex. This man has got to document, you understand, my political structure of whether shit is black or not. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be a little more secure than that. You know what I'm saying? And also, what I was saying, there was a brother named from Africa named Shuddy. And the brother, I kept telling Shuddy, I say, Shuddy said, well, as far as I'm concerned, let me see if I... Shuddy said, as far as I'm concerned, there should be no room for a white scholarship, period. I said, well, hell, if you look on the back of John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben books, they got a whole lot of white books there. As a matter, you know, I'm saying, so it's not even a matter of that. I say, first of all, you take knowledge wherever you can get it. It's just a matter is that the cracker don't have to tell me the shit is black. I suppose I already know that. You see what I'm saying? I suppose I already know that. But what I'm trying to say is that Dr. Ben and all of them set the stage. But it didn't mean that after you got that to start wearing some bullshit kente cloth that you supposed to say that's it. You know what I'm saying? Now that's more of a clown shit now, if you notice and stuff. Motherfuckers are laughing at that shit now, you know. How much more can we talk about we were the pharaohs? Now we got to get into the mystery. Well, what was the mystery? So now we deal with the lost and pages of the mystery. You understand what I'm saying? But it doesn't necessarily fit into what is called what the five senses can perceive. That's what the mystery is. And plus, if it didn't, if it did make sense, ain't no sense in your motherfucking ass trying to learn nothing. You see what I'm saying? If you can agree with every damn thing. And it's got to fit your own frame of references. That's not knowledge. Knowledge is supposed to be strange. You understand what I'm saying? It's no different than a mug. If you'd have told a person, a cracker in 15th century England about the light bulb, he would say, you crazy. But that doesn't mean it's under end all and be all, because you know what I'm saying? Because we're talking about knowledge here. And it doesn't necessarily have to fit our view of things, you know. So, which also deals with Elijah. Before he left, he gave a prophecy. He said that there would be pamphlets that will fall from the sky. And when these pamphlets stop falling, it's over. Which means that a lot of these bookstores and a lot of access to all this particular information is now closing down. It's closing down. Also because the internet is running a lot of stuff out of business now. Somebody can go in and download information for free. So therefore, ain't anybody going to pay no $14 for no book. Or $20 or $30 for no book. Which is dangerous, especially in a non-intellectual society like America. America is the Jethro Bodine to the fucking world. So therefore, we can't even go with a doggone American concept of, well, we think shit is right and wrong, because hell, this is the most non-intellectual society in the world. Because you got TV. You see what I'm saying? So that's very key. Now, it's interesting because the guy, Eddie Griffin, came out with this HBO special. Now, I do happen to know that they got to the brother, because the brother is also dealing with the thing on how Africa is all fucked up. You see what I'm saying? Now, I don't care whether it is or not. You will never find no Jew or nobody get on TV and talk about their race and don't suffer the consequences. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying the reason why they even put him on is because he can say something fucked up. You see, and that's one thing key that's actually going on. You got to realize that just about anything that's going to happen to us, they're going to use the entertainment to actually manifest whatever this beast wants to do. You see, they're going to use the entertainment factor to manifest in anything too. It's interesting about the thunderstorm in the place, Gerald, Texas. Number one, like I told you yesterday, that Gerald started with the J-E-R-R-E-L. And Kabbalistically, when I looked it up in the Kabbalistic dictionary, it says that Gerald is the second angel, which is it's a Y-A-R-R-E-L, Yarrow, which is the same as Gerald, you see. Or Y-E-A-R-E-L. One is the second angel, one is the 22nd angel, and it's Y-E-I-L-E-E-L, which is the 58th angel. Basically, what the Kabbalistic breakdown was an element or elemental breakdown of the forces of the universe. And when these particular elements came together, it caused destruction. Because you saw this thing was super huge, super huge. Okay, it happened on May 27th, 1997. So if you understand May is the 5th month and 27, both of those, 27 in the Kabbalistic breakdown is Heru, and May, which is 5 in the Kabbalistic breakdown, is also Horus. So you have the double Horus again of both horizons. So we're talking about not only when we're talking about mythology, we're talking about certain elements, and when they come together, they wreak havoc. So when they was dealing with the Kabbalistic breakdown of these particular elements, and these numbers lined up, it caused a force based on the two forces of nature. It caused the force that did that in all. And basically, because this stuff has an intelligence of its own, it killed all them white people. Because it never hits the ghetto. Very key that you understand that. Very key that you understand that. Which is, like I said, that women at this particular time need to start using their menstrual cycle to control those particular elements at this particular time. You see. To control those particular elements at that particular time. Now, it's interesting because the cartoon X-Files, they have a black woman. Even though she has blonde hair, she's black. She's from Mount Kilimanjaro, Africa. Her name is Storm. That's in, not the X-Files, but the X-Men. The X-Men. The cartoon, I know it used to come on every day, but it does come on Saturday morning. But one of the figures is Storm from Mount Kilimanjaro, Africa. And she's basically Oya. And she controls basically the elements. But they call her Storm, which is actually Oya. You ever get the book of Oya? They still sell that book? The book of Oya. O-Y-A. The book of Oya. Anyway, but in that book it shows how these certain elements come together and these certain winds and all, which is actually a spiritual science. A spiritual science and all. So it's very key that you get that. And it's also showing you the different elements in these particular science in the movie Fifth Element, which the fifth elements, the 5 elements was earth, water, air, and fire. And the fifth element was supposed to be this girl, although they made her white. She was supposed to be the perfecting agent, or where all these particular elements come together and perform melanin. And the fifth element is the human body. In this case, it was the black body. But they even showed, they said, well, you know, take the white girl out and try to understand the science behind it. And all, because they also got it on paperback book. But you're supposed to, the fifth element, they said when they checked her DNA strands, that the average DNA strand was 2 double helical structures, but she had like over 100. Well, what were they talking about? Over 100 DNA strands. Over 100 DNA strands is nothing but melanin. Because the melanin has every composite in the universe in it. So if it has every sign, every type of element in the universe in melanin, then you're talking about over 100 DNA strands, over 1,000. You see what I'm saying? Over 1,000. That's all dealing with the art of alchemy that we'll get into also this particular night. Also, the fifth element was also a form of Hitler's secret government, which we're going to get into also to show you how these things line up throughout history, which there's an occult history of the earth, which Adolf Hitler was a part of that occult history. A part of that occult history. Plus, white people hate him to death. And I'll explain why, too. He's to be admired, but you take me up on this. This is not like the Nazi skinhead people talking. This is talking about some other high science, Because when I give you the dialectical opposite of what he's battling and shit, I say, go to hell right on, Hitler. You my boy.
That's right. That's right.
Because he fucked Europe up. But we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that also, too. In the 1980s, there was top 10 black women in the porn industry, maximum. That's including some people that can borderline, we can call them black. 10 black women in the porn industry. In the 1990s, there's literally hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. Why is that? Why is it that the porn would be so taboo, even up until the late 80s, that you wouldn't have but 10 women in the whole porn industry? But then all of a sudden, in the 1990s, you would have a shift, almost a damn near 100% shift of literally hundreds of being non-existent in the doggone 80s. That is because of what? Cloning. That is because of cloning. And this is another example when we talk about the cloning that's being done, carried out probably by Temple here in here. What's the medical college here? Well, that would be your cloning. Yeah, one of those would be your cloning facilities. As well as Emory is the one that's got it hands down, which is being financed by Coca-Cola in Atlanta. Because the guy, Robert W. Woodruff, his family was the legacy shareholders to Coca-Cola, left most of his money, a lot of his money, and the research was funneled into Emory University. And so they're like the #1 cloning center, with the cloning center being on Holcomb Bridge Road, as well as even in 1991, opened up a museum specializing in Egyptian artifacts, Akamite artifacts, and which supposedly within the next year or so will be one of the biggest Egyptology schools in the world. That's what they've been building for the last 6 or 7 years. But all of this particular stuff has also to do with the cloning factor, which I'll get into later on, because I got some other information also we'll get into also too. But in the 1960s, what we have now is a fundamental breakdown that now looking back of what is called the government separation of the races or the class groups from the 1960s, which means is that they isolated the so-called upward mobile from the underclass to the point, especially in the 1970s, that it was such a great and excellent program for them that was so successful until now it's like you being in 2 different dimensions. Whereas some of the most hideous places in the city, and I can speak for Atlanta, places like McDaniel Glen, Carver Homes, McDaniel Glen, Perry Homes, which are these great projects which has the most poverty-stricken underclass. It's almost like another dimension for not just for college people, but for the average citizen that is upward mobile. And when I say upward mobile, I'm just talking about, goddamn it, making about $200 a week, especially down south. With rent, top rent is $500, you know. But what I'm saying is it created a whole nother dimension, whereas some people could be living in the same city and it will be almost like you living in Australia from them. So therefore, they can kill 12 million since 1990 and we wouldn't even know, because of the dimension that they created in this separation of classes among the haves and the have-nots. Now, when your boy E. Franklin Frazier, black bourgeoisie, recognized that and said it would be a war. But we're talking about a whole dimension. We're talking about a dimension on even language. A whole dimension on how and I mean, you might pass by these people every day on the work, but can be in a whole dimension. So we're saying within a room setting, a public room, a mall or something, you can have different dimensions of people in different worlds and multi-dimensional worlds in one mall. You'd have the black upward mobile to be in a different another dimension from the actual black underclass, so-called, but the upward mobile might be conscious. But even he would be in a whole other dimension from the white upward mobile. So this is this particular, what we call, not, we would call genetic reservation, or what we would call conscious reserve, where you could be in a reservation in your consciousness. And therefore, the government can control the way you think just by this great separation plan that he did and was successful in the starting in the 1960s, but basically broke this thing apart in the 1970s, which the Kerner report said if you don't fix this shit by 1980, it'll be all over. And this is 1990, so can you imagine the actual onslaught of hell that we actually live in at this particular time? In the we're just going through the hard copies. In the 1970s, the white boys decided that they were also going to celebrate the Moors. For some reason, it had something to do with Noble Drew Ali, because Noble Drew Ali was supposed to have rose up on an Indian reservation in North Carolina. Supposedly, I think that was his home. To celebrate that the North Carolina cigarette companies and Virginia, all that's the same people, put out the cigarette called a Moor. They just put the M-O-R-E, but it was a black cigarette, which celebrated the Moors in the 1970s and all. We're just jumping around a whole lot of ideas. Number one, like I said yesterday, they had an HBO special and it was talking about people losing brain cells. And the remedy to that, of people losing brain cells in their later years, was to give them random exercises that were not routine, to let them exercise their minds, take them on certain field trips, take them on, do everything that the average person 60 and 70 would not do. You see what I'm saying? And they made smarter people. People, as a matter of fact, these people started reversing the actual consciousness to the point where as they was going back to teenage years with a 70, 80-year-old body, which even Deepak Chopra talks about that. You see what I'm saying? And that's not even talking about regenerating your cells. Well, I'm quite sure white people without melanin, they couldn't do that, but can you imagine what could happen if you could actually have the ether skin, the melanin skin, to regenerate that also? But the conclusion is that ignorance is a disease. And I'm not talking about a psychological disease whereas a figure of speech, because we deal so much in figure of speech. So when we say ignorance is a disease, you'll go, amen. No, I'm saying actual disease. Whereas if you catch it, you have to work just that hard, or it might be damn fatal. In most cases, it's fatal, especially if you was never taught how to think from a child. Whereas I know people that can't even perceive nothing because there's a time delay in the thought process. You see what I'm saying? It's a time delay because there's not enough muscle in between. And when I'm saying muscle, sometimes that could be something metaphysical. It could be blockages. There's not enough muscle, and there's a blockage in between receiving something and processing it to the least common denominator. You see what I'm saying? And so basically we all have those particular blockages, but then again, on the other hand, I don't think that even registers with the people here and all, because the simple fact that you fought through some of that just to have a hunger for even knowledge. But we're talking about an actual disease like fucking cancer. Then you can understand where you say, I can't understand. We explained this to you. Why couldn't you get it? You sat there in the lecture just like everybody else. You was amazed and stuff to the point where as certain things you heard it registered might be the range of somebody's voice. But still, ignorance is an actual disease at this particular time. And we know that that's prevalent in the black community. Some type of blockage based on oppression. Based on oppression. It is a disease. Now, this is the interesting thing. The brother Juju told me back in 95, he said that white people, and I made this synopsis with some civil rights motherfuckers, because you know, down in Atlanta, you got a lot of them. That's the civil rights seat. So, between the 5 schools, Morehouse, Clark, and all that, you're going to have the black radical element, but you also going to have a civil rights handkerchief head element. So their whole thing is they love racism, but they're thinking that racism is some political type of tool or something that you can put on and put off. So the white man is going lie like George Wallace. I've changed, and every goddamn nigga down there vote the motherfucker in. You know. And I was saying, first of all, you are dealing with racism as an abstract and an objective type point where you're not understanding of a person's nature based on their energy. Racism is only the expression which you cannot express and still have a certain nature of hate or evil. There's a difference between somebody's expression and somebody's nature. So a person can change their expression and fool all the niggas in the world. Now, the brother Juju, by being this advanced psychic that he is, mysterious brother, said, white people, remember I told you, said white people can't take black people's energy. It's a certain energy you give off, and they reject that energy. Remember I said that? But I also made synopsis and made summaries in previous lectures. I said that the white man loves older people. They like older black men and older black women. It's just that somebody in the prime of their energy they can't take. Why is this? It bears witness because in the HBO report about people losing brain cells and people losing energy, there's a certain amount of energy that black people have, and by routine life, everyday life of routine, that energy starts to evaporate. Because you're not getting the essentials to keep that energy going. It's either like a corporate structure. You either go up or you get the hell out. Same thing with the energy. The energy evaporates for the simple fact that we put through this routine life, and not just that, a routine way of knowledge, a routine way of thinking. Thinking in the so-called absolute terms, which is a blockage, because there's no absolute. So what happens is this energy dissipates after so many years, because it's like this energy, you either use it or lose it. It's just like a muscle. So when this energy starts to dissipate and starts to evaporate to the point where as you become more docile, the white man then can take your energy. It's metaphysical. So older people, they like the old black man. They like the older black woman. You see, but they can take the energy. So it's also a metaphysical thing that the cracker up from Philadelphia was talking about, get an old black man from South Carolina. You remember he was talking about as far as being on the jury and all this type of stuff. They can take the older black person because the older black person has lost a certain amount of energy. Yet they can't take a younger black person in the prime of their life. Not unless that person is a psychopath, which he shut down most of his energy through oppression, and they can take that type of thing. You see. But that's very key to this. That's very key. Because when HBO gave the actual report about older people burning brain cells, it makes a lot of sense. Even if we even lose a fragment of that energy later on, then we can understand why white people would refer older black people other than a brother in his 20s or a sister in his 20s or 30s. You know what I'm saying? In this case, when it conscious people way into your 60s or whatever the deal is, based on you still use your brain and don't dissipate. And for the mere fact that we're here today, we know that that's not us. You see what I'm saying? I want to deal with this at this particular time because this is a very key issue. First of all, we know that Jesse Jackson, for whatever, has done far more worse than good, other than a good feeling and sitting up there talking in front of crackers. We were just amazed that a black man in the 1984 could even talk amongst the cracker with politics, because that's how inferior we were. But anyway, and don't invade no issues. Oh, Jesse don't invade no issues. That kind of shit. But otherwise, Jesse Jackson, we understand is one of the top government agents. Now, we understand that he didn't coin the phrase African American, but Jesse Jackson is the one that got it to the point where he brought it to the world stage in 1988, where people started saying it, and white people say, okay, this is what we're going to call you from now on. And the reason why is, number one, they had to get away from black, because that denotes a vast race of people. There's not just African American, whatever the hell that is. Two damn names that don't really fit nothing. You ain't shit, a African. You a Roman, what that? You a Roman, what was, hell, wasn't America? Vespucci, wasn't he Italian too? You a double fucking Roman. White Roman at that. Ain't that a bitch? Pizza, pizza. But my point is, shit. Well, I mean, what did he do to denote that? I mean, what great contribution did he do to denote that? That's what I'm saying, so that don't necessarily, you know what I'm saying. But my point is, why did they get to this particular African American thing? Number one, it was the first to stop calling you black. Number two, it was to go against the divine name nigger. Now, we know words of power, right? And we know words of power, and we spoke about this yesterday. Not only words of power, we know certain things kill white people and make them sick. Now, why was it, spiritually, after being called a nigger by the white man, we took on that name, and actually it even sounds good as a great accent when we call ourselves that shit, because it's metaphysical. Because nigger is in hundreds of ancient words. You know, Nicaragua, Niger. There's so many names that the word nigger, but the metaphysical name for nigger is melanin, Saul nigger. In your, that's me? Oh, thanks. The Saul nigger, which is documented in the, oh, you give me this. It's documented in your book, you ever get that book, Solomon and Sheba by Kotu? She wrote the book Lilith. What's her name? Barbara Black Kotu. She wrote a little green book called Solomon and Sheba. And it's talking about the metaphysical implication of Solomon and Sheba, because we now know that the Hebrew had a mythology at first. And Solomon and Sheba was, Solomon was Osiris or Amun-Ra, and Sheba was Aset, before they turned it into a historical people later on. But Solomon and Sheba, as a matter of fact, I gave you a paper. Remember I gave you some papers on Alvin Boyd Q? And there was I think I gave you a paper called Sublime Myth Makes Grotesque History. And it talks about how the people turn mythology and turn that shit into historicalized, and they fucking up everybody, especially this historical Jesus bullshit. But anyway, in that book, Solomon and Sheba, in that Barbara Black Kotu's book, she explained of the Saul nigger, which means the black sun, which she gets it from alchemy, which is coming out of the Library of Alexandria. When they robbed the Library of Alexandria, they changed it from the knowledge of Tahuti to what? Hermeticism. You see, just the Greek word for Tahuti, Hermes. In there, the word Saul, which means both Greek and Hebrew for sun, and nigger means black. It means the black sun, which means melanin. The Saul nigger. So, by us calling ourselves niggers, it was more authentic than African American and even black, because black is such a vague, a broad term. But nigger means pure melanin. You see what I'm saying? Which means pure melanin. Also in the woman's book, if you can get it, Androgyny, June Singer. She has the most scholarship written on it, Saul nigger, in the book Androgyny by June Singer. She's this Jung historian. Anyway, she wrote some real good books. One book is called Seeing Through the Invisible World, dealing with the holographic universe also too. But Androgyny by June Singer, You can never get your hands on that book. She has a couple of chapters on the Saul nigger and basically dealing with the alchemical part of the blackening stage, which we're going to get into also today, too. We're going to get in that particular part, too. Now, so it was now all of a sudden, you can't even say the word nigger on TV. It's called the N-word, which will still fuck them up, because even doing that is a word of power, because if you go to any of the Egyptian texts, you will see the word Osiris and you'll see the word N. Throughout the whole text, Osiris, N. So to call us the N-word is to call us Osiris or Osir. They can't win for losing. But it was but I saw an actual interview of a white man on TV getting mad at a black man for saying the word nigger. Why you call yourself niggers? He said, we keeping it real. I'm from the projects, and hey, when I say nigger, the brothers still know I'm down. See, you can't understand it. The white man was mad as shit. You know? I said, wait, something up to this. He should be happy. You know, based on what he knows. Well, based on what if he don't know, he said, them fools or whatever. But the key is there's been this whole consensus the last 4 or 5 years to get this word nigger out of the vocabulary of black people, because this thing is destroying them with words of power. And these words of power is coming back against them now. Abracadabra. So, to document that, you get Barbara Black Coultou's book, which is the one you probably will be able to find. Solomon and Sheba, but there's ancient text. Now, the ancient text comes by the way of ancient Hebrew text, which was brought up into Spain by the Moors, which was the Greater Keys of Solomon and the Gotia Keys of Solomon in the Moorish manuscripts out of the University of Salamanca. And they translated the Saul nigger from the Hebrew text. So Barbara Black Coultou is dealing with what information that they got out of the British Museum that's up in there right now based on that particular stuff, because the stuff from University of Salamanca and the ancient Moorish universities converted and went to the major museums, the Louvre, the Hermitage in Russia, which is not only just for art, but that shit has got a whole lot of Egyptian artifacts, and the British Museum, and a whole lot of private collections. But then again, on the other hand, secret societies like the Rosicrucians, the Golden Dawn societies, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, and all of these particular ones have now come and became purchased wide volumes of African metaphysical and spiritual material, which they give to regular libraries, which is underground. You can't even see that stuff. But regular libraries get what is called basically fabricated history, or lie agreed upon, which only explains the surface of things. That particular part. But even the particular information coming from the secret societies that have this particular information, you can access this particular information. You just can't access this particular information at a black bookstore, and you can't access this particular information at even history section at Barnes & Nobles. Where you're going to have to go is you're going to have to go to comic book stores, which is the one I showed you downtown. Now, in the back of that comic book store, there's an industry called Chaos Industry. Now, I saw something that was amazing. But they got a big, thick book called the Nephilim. Big, thick book, about $22. And they have synthesized this information that you could either take it and read it as history, or it can be put into a board game for teenagers. Ages 15 to 100 can play these particular role-playing games. But it's actual history coming from the University of Salamanca, and history from the occult world, which is hidden. But they say, we'll put the jump on the goddamn niggers. And so this is why Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark and all of the ASCAC could be allowed in the 80s and nobody get killed, because they wasn't dealing with the true history. True history is in the comic book stores. You see what I'm saying? So if you get the book, The Nephilim, which is a book with over 100 pages, which deals with this particular information, the information is in there, which it tells you in the first chapter that history, as we know it, only explains the surface of things. And even Charles Darwin was hired to turn that ape shit for all of history. But the ape shit is the root of white man's history, which we're going to get into tonight also, too, with some new shit that went down, because after they accessed this ape stuff a few months ago, about the last 2 years, they realized the time is up and we got to start apologizing to niggas. Now keep that in mind. But going on, like I told you last night, that the New Age Messiah, based on white people, is Colin Powell. And they're looking, well, he's the government Messiah. Get the book, The Messianic Conspiracy. But the government Messiah, the New Age Messiah, they are still looking for a certain black man. Since Deepak Chopra is from India, he could be considered that black man. They say that's good enough. Or the guy Malidoma Somé, you know, the guy that did like water from spirit, he could be the particular person. And they're working on Delbert Blair, if you know. But I think Delbert Blair is a little smart, because Delbert Blair is the kind of person, he'll say one thing to black people, another thing to white people. But he know what time it is with black people, because he knows a lot more about melanin in his melanin wars, and he tell you not all these crackers, he'll tell you when not everybody gonna make it. So don't slide on Delbert Blair, but what I'm trying to say is it's not like they're not looking at him. And the reason why I say that, Delbert Blair recently, the reason why you haven't heard from him is because Delbert Blair is on a bigger circuit now. Delbert Blair is on a $1 million white man circuit, which money is no object. You know, $4,500 is like chicken change to these people. And these people bring you in. You say, shit, you want 10,000? No problem. So he's receiving the money that he tried to get in the black community and that type of stuff. So, but I mean, there's a circuit out there. And they have, and there's a circuit out, and I should have brought the book to show you all these people. They had like 100 white people on this, and Delbert Blair and the brother Dr. Andau was the only two. But there's this main circuit out here, and it's big money. You see what I'm saying? But the main key is that they're looking for a Messiah. You see, they're looking for a Messiah. And they're looking for a male. The reason they're looking for a male, but you got to realize, see, you got to realize about the male and the female thing. And I said this in New York. I think we put a little more too much credence on what the Messiah is. It's still a lesser level, so the male can occupy that. See, the female is on something a little more. Her current and the energy is used for something else. It's like the Neptese thing. The unmanifest, the unseen real. You understand what I'm saying? So the energy is different. Because we see the manifest, sometimes we think that is more superior. Not necessarily so. So you got to understand the male and female duality principles. You understand what I'm saying? And it's about like a organization that's functioning together, and it doesn't have anything that we're not talking about in this whole sex, this inferiority thing. They got us thinking that one thing is better than the other. So the messianic thing will go to the male, and it has even in mythological history. But you got to understand the roles of those particular things. You see what I'm saying? The male is only a vehicle to carry out the feminine energy. You understand what I'm saying? In the book of law, they say the scarlet woman, all power is given, which means Nut had it, which is the black dot, Raheru Kahudi. The Raheru Kahudi is the male warrior half, but he gets his energy from the battery. You got to understand the way things go. We see the car and we think the car is what's driving. The car is only a vehicle that is using both carbon from the battery and carbon from the goddamn gasoline, which is the feminine half, which is the most latent form. So when we say the messianic things, they're looking for the male because the male, that's just his department to carry out a certain deal. But if you understand the Egyptian thing, you have Heru Horus, who basically is the male counterpart, that after he goes through this war, what happens? Maya is established. Maya precedes that. You understand where I'm coming from? So it's a duality. You get where I'm coming from here when it comes to male and female? We say the Messiah and all, but we be thinking that that's such a great task. It's a subordinate role in the first goddamn place. You see what I'm saying? Because in the end can't be nothing but the unseen real, newt, pure newt, Mayat. Check. So, we just been trained that that is the supreme, messianic. That's only the bridge. He said, I am the bridge. You understand? I am the gate. I am a doorway. I am a way over troubled water, but not the actual paradise, which is the end-all and be-all, which is pure, unmanifest, unseen real, which is the feminine principle, just like the womb. Check. So you got to understand that. So, last summer, in the last 3 summers since 1994, the white boy started dealing with trying to counter incoming current energy. Now, the incoming current energy was put about by the Dogon of the Siggy ceremony in 1994 and the white buffalo and the actual Jupiter effect, but it all started with the Siggy ceremony. But as we know, to counter that, because we're not talking about physical, we're talking about metaphysical, to counter that, he comes out with Stargate, although the shit still works against him, because he's got to bring science to even try to fight the war. But Stargate does what? Kills Ra, which is actually Sirius, based on Swallow the Lubitz. Stargate actually kills Ra, remember, in the movie. That's just his little way of trying to counter incoming current by trying to get the melanated people to believe that that shit is still evil. And basically trying to uphold that same world domination that Christianity used to do. So that was 1994. 1995, he came out with Species. It also makes the whole alien thing, which is not necessarily alien more than it is extraterrestrial, which just means it's just beyond the terrestrial. Has nothing to do with the Roswell shit and all that, because a lot of that stuff is all fake. But we're talking about just messianic incoming Heru current. So he counters that with Species. Last summer, he had to get a little more technical, so he counters this particular incoming current with Independence Day. You see? With Independence Day. Each movie's got to have a black element in it. So he did Independence Day, and he also did The Arrival. You must understand how this man is dealing. When this man know he's losing the war, this man said, well, at least we try to cover all avenues and all bases. So he counters this with Independence Day and Arrival last year. This year, he's countering it again with Men in Black, which using the same hero from Independence Day to fight what? The scum of the universe. Which, with the scum of the universe is new. So the scum got to be black people. You see? So they're using this to counter so-called the scum of the universe. And basically, this is the white boy's way to fight a war on the only kind of way that he knows how to when it comes to spiritual things. Because if he's fighting with spiritual things, that'll be paying homage to the black man. So he has to do it anyway. But either way, when we go see these movies, it ends up firing up against him because we always learn a lot more metaphysical things than he does the damage with fucking black people up. So that's very key that you understand that at this particular time, that they're using also the black man as the battery. So this time Will Smith is back with this particular thing. So they got the new, they can always find a nigga in Hollywood to do certain things to counter a certain amount of energy. And they are specifically worried about releasing the most powerful ones in the summer solstice. You see, the summer solstice. So you also have the winter solstice. They tried to do it with Mars attack, but unfortunately, Mars attack was still an all-out smoker movie. They can't win for losing. You know what I'm saying? They can't win for losing. Now, We understand in 1993 the white boy came out with Jurassic Park. We know that Jurassic Park was not necessarily about dinosaurs more than it was about DNA cloning. And even had Jeff Goldblum, who was called a chaos scientist. And he wore all the black. So he's back this time. Most important person of it was the chaos scientist.
He has a black daughter in it.
He has a black daughter in this one. He got a black daughter. Ain't that a bitch? A Jew with a black daughter in this one. Now, ain't that interesting? Very key. A little black girl, little black daughter in the new lost world. But even though he was dealing with DNA cloning, all you got to do is substitute dinosaurs, which was an ancient specimen for the ancient black man and black woman, and you got it on what the whole movie is about. DNA cloning of ancient black people. The dinosaur is only a decoy shit, and you're supposed to put two and two together on what's really going on here. You see what I'm saying? Because my point is what's the fascination with a damn dinosaur? Very key, and I'm going to get into some stuff later on to show you this exactly the science on what they're doing. They don't do nothing they don't put out a movie about. So I just gave you a part of the DNA cloning plus the dinosaur, which also represents the ancient black man, to explain some greater mystery when we get down into the lecture on what's really going on. So just keep that in mind when we're going to come back to that. But that's one of the keys on why they released that in 93 and in 97. The other movie that's dealing with the Book of Law and the Messianic Trinity and the Book of Law is the movie Batman and Robin. Now, which came out on the 20th, the summer solstice. Very key that you understand the release dates on these things, because this cracker is scared and shaking in his boots, and he got an all-out war. And let me explain this to you. Let me draw this for you. Has anybody seen the new symbol for the movie? Batman and Robin. Let me see. This is the symbol for the movie. Nah, show you what this is. This is the bat. In the middle, let me draw it this way. In the middle, if you see the symbol, they'll have another picture of Robin on the inside. That's very key that you understand this. This is the messianic fulfillment on what they're dealing with here. That's the symbol. Now let me explain what Batman and Robin is in this movie. Although they might have just made it, they say that they did a lot of special effects more than did storyline, but don't matter. The symbology alone is enough to carry the movie. Batman is a Vodun symbol for melanin. Bat, the bat. It represents the inner consciousness, which is, in the Book of Law, Harpocrat, Heru Par Krat, which is a form of Hadit, the inner child with the thumb in his mouth, which is the most potent part of the melanin, unmanifest. Robin, or the dove, or the falcon, or the hawk, any type of bird represents the manifested Harpocrat, which is Ra Heru Kahudi, two forms of the Christ. But when you have Harpocrat, which is the most latent part of the subconscious, Ra Heru Kahudi, which is the manifested form of the Christhood, those two together bring on Mayat. So the messianic word for both male and female and the Christ and the manifestation of the balance and order is Har, Ma, Ku. Har, Heru, Ma, M-A, which is Mayat, and Ku, which is pyramid. It means the unity of both. Har, Ma, Ku, word made truth. Now, Batgirl in the movie, they put a Batgirl. She represents Mayat, which is the Holy Trinity. Before the Messianic Trinity, it would also be Isis, which is the feminine, Osiris, which is the god of the perfect black, which is melanin, and Heru, which would be the manifestation or the messianic part, is still the Holy Trinity. So Batman and Robin and Batgirl, which is the messianic trinity. Who are they battling? The Iceman, Mr. Freeze. That's the white man. And the white woman, Poison Ivy, which is more deadly. She's the goddamn Poison Ivy. She fucked up a lot of niggas with that smile and that docile type image. So they're battling Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy. This ain't no shit that just, some shit that you just go in and say, or some stuff that you just reaching, all you reaching, nigga. No, this is real science. They don't do shit no more based on some, just some little old scribble, and we gonna put this in here and just make some stuff. This is the way they're dealing with stuff to fulfill prophecy. Just like the other Batman Forever with the Book of Law and the whole 9 yards was real kicking movie. This one is dealing with the Messianic Trinity, which you're talking about the Christ energy basically in 3 forms, fighting both the Iceman or Mr. Freeze, that's the Iceman, Caveman, and the Poison Ivy. You see what I'm saying? Which is the devil that learned how to groom herself to fool a bunch of people around the world and got everybody following her ass. Chinese bitches cutting their eyes and shit. You see. So it's very key that you understand that Messianic Trinity on what's going down. Another movie coming out this summer is Spawn. Spawn is about a black man. The cartoon is already on HBO on Friday nights at the 12. About a black man who was working for the CIA or whatever. He in a way died and went to hell, but he was sent back. And he's got these extraordinary powers. Although his face is all messed up and he got this mask on. But his whole thing is to get back with his sister Wanda. That's his life. To get back to the black woman, which is Wanda. But it's a black man in the movie. And so in the comic, now what happened was the guy Todd McFarlane, what happened, the reason why he made it black was this. White people are into what is called computer games now, role-playing games. So they have to make the comic figures of Batman and Robin and all these things, they gotta fit, they gotta be computer compatible. So the comic book world started suffering recently, after years and years of being on top with devoted fans. So what happened was, they did a survey and they found out that the top-selling comic books at this time was the black comic books, which started coming out in '92 and stuff. And you got a lot of black superheroes now. You see, the white boy said, well, we'll get the other stuff on computer, but when we want to go to the comic book store, we want to buy the black comics. So as a result, this cartoonist named Todd McFarlane came up with Spawn. Although you got several black comics out here, his, because he's a white boy, he's got the money, his become realized on film. But that's following up with an actual movie on what, August 4th or something? Or August 8th, which is Spawn, which he's saving the world. This black man, a black superhero, saving the world. Very key that you understand that. That's some very key stuff. So that will be out also. That will be out also this summer. This summer also. This also. So it's very key that you understand that. At the time. Like I said yesterday, I want to recap this and put this on the actual film. Is that based on Richard Noon's book, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, they have now gone in and basically the recolonization or the actual killing of Africa is a reality now, which is also a ghost history that they're giving people at this particular time with the Zaire thing. Because isn't it funny that Zaire broke out, then the next thing you know, Congo broke out. And all this now, which is interesting because Liberia is back, which is interesting because I think right in here, you know it is happening, you know what's happening when Clinton is done joined the thing. What the fuck is damn Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton talking about Africa? Both of them. Oh yeah, I went to Africa and so. They got this white ass hoe up in here looking like goddamn Betsy Ross talking about Africa. And here's a part, a helpful hand for Africa economy. Clinton's trade loan, it says, initiative aims to what's this word, to bolster opportunities for sub-Sahara. Now, whatever the deal is, all of a sudden Clinton is getting in on the game. You know some real deal shit is deep was going with this particular part. Because you know this man, he ain't nobody to play with. Bill Clinton ain't nobody to play with. So it's very key that this is happening at this particular time. Now, Lyndon LaRouche was the first person that said, I ain't never seen no African with cancer until the white man came and dumped a whole bunch of goddamn sunglasses over there one summer. And he said, yep, about 2 years later, I seen niggas coming down the damn thing with cancer, coming down the canoe and down this river with cancer. So Lyndon LaRouche saying, and in this particular part, I believe it's in this particular article coming from his subject, LaRouche was right about the genocide in Africa. The date, May 29th, 1997. And basically, I think his combination of what is really going on here, this is coming off the internet, is that they're trying to get a substance to get off the planet. And this is what the cracker's saying. So basically, this bears witness to the whole melatonin type thing that we've been talking about. He's saying that they're trying to get a substance or some type of thing to get off the planet. And in this particular internet article. But that's very key that you understand that. But now, what's his name is joining this shit at this particular time? Bill Clinton. Very key that you understand this. Now, this is the part that I'm real happy that is the fulfillment of prophecy. And that is the fulfillment of prophecy. First of all, before I get into that, I don't want to leave nothing out. So first of all, let me go through a little more hard copy first before I get into that particular part. Okay. I don't want this little pad here because I didn't put it in the main lecture. And there's certain things that just come to me spiritually, and I have to write them down on, keep a pen and write stuff down as I get it and all. First of all, they are still dealing with basically 98% of the transplants now from the transplants that white people are getting now is all coming from animals. 98%. First of all, they can't use the black transplants because the melanin kills them. It's too much. It's like an overdose. Like if they take too many melatonin pills, the wrong dosage, it will kill them. So what you think about a melanated heart? That fuck them right on up. They can't use other white transplants because white people are mutating beyond the realm of what they are, so therefore the organs reject even faster because white people are mutating, basically, based on the sun and everything else, so they can't use that. So basically the only thing that they can use is animals, because an animal's diet is enough to still sustain him because he don't eat certain shit that he ain't born to eat. You know what I'm saying? So they use a lot of animal transplants, maybe mainly in the 8 area, which is very key. So that whole shit that went down with those 8s that burned up in Philly last year was all based on that. They was breeding millions of them for transplants. So the spirit just came and burnt down the whole shit. You see what I'm saying?
They got the money to build a new one, too.
Huh?
They got the money to build a new one.
Yeah.
They
So
had another report that they just put out about
right. You see, because those.
genetic connection with the pig. They put the organs in pigs with a human gene in it and grow the organ, and then they transplant it to probably white people.
Yeah. So they're dealing with the animal transplant real big now, real big. That's the real key. With that particular part, they're dealing with that real big at the particular time. So that's real key. Like I said, now I told you that both Richard Pryor and Muhammad Ali was the 2 great voices of the 1970s, and both of them now is fucked up and can't even talk. All but based on the white man. Well, it was interesting because every now and then the spirit will give you further data. So I was dealing with the information on Muhammad Ali and how the white people fed him rat poison and that whole 9 yards when he would go in these hospitals. And now he's, and like I said, anytime they want to hurt you, they give you this lie about Parkinson's disease because it did the same thing to my aunt. did the same thing to her, and now they cut one of her veins, and she's shaking now. And the doctor say it's Parkinson's disease. And by her loving the white man so much, she believed that shit. But her own best friend told my brother, said, that motherfucker lying. He said she went in one day, she came out the next week shaking. He said, there ain't no Parkinson's disease. They fucked her up by putting them wires and shit all up your arm and stuff when you are, because she a dialysis patient. He cut the wrong vein, the wrong nerve. And their excuse for all that is Parkinson's disease. So I know, and so now they got a lawsuit on their hand, because my brother, shit, that motherfucker like, hell, I'm going to get me some money, because, you know, she my legal guardian. Now, he a year younger than me, and he's the legal guardian. And she left him everything in her will, so he like, goddamn it, I'm getting paid. So I'm suing these motherfuckers. She can love the white man, but I'm the legal guardian, so I'm suing. So, what the deal is, they use that lie. Now, it's interesting, I was in the store. I got a friend that I used to work with, and this black guy. And I go around the store and just shoot the breeze, and I was in there telling him about Muhammad Ali and how the man ain't got no disease, how he is a government project on which they destroyed, like they did him and a bunch of other black people, but especially him and Richard Pryor. Those were the two great voices after the conscious thing shut down in the 60s. You know, although you did have consciousness, it came through the entertainment, like the OJs, Curtis Mayfield, you understand what I'm saying, and different people like that. They did bits and pieces. They didn't do, it wasn't as prevalent as the actual conscious movements, but they did bits and pieces. But when it came to Muhammad Ali and them, they were real boisterous at that particular time. So they messed them up big time. So let me tell you what happened here. I'm in the store, and I'm telling them about Muhammad Ali. A brother steps in, and the brother said, I heard the white woman say in the 70s that was going to happen. Now, you remember on the movie The Greatest? Remember he made the movie The Greatest in the 70s? And they had a dialogue about this woman was following Muhammad Ali around. Remember the woman was following him, white woman was following him around. And he was like, what you following me around? She said, I'm following you around one day until they cut you or they do whatever and put you in the grave. Well, they gave the movie version of that, and she said a few things, but the brother came in and was talking. He said the real conversation that she said with him. She said, Ali, you know that big mouth you got? That same mouth you got one day you ain't going to be able to speak out of that damn mouth. And my man Juju, he's very advanced too. He can go back in time and pick up on conversations that were said in private amongst people. And so he said, yeah. He said, I heard a conversation between Muhammad Ali and Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And Muhammad and Honorable Elijah Muhammad was saying, look, you could talk all that junk when you was a pro-black man. Now you a multi-millionaire. You one of the highest paid ever. He said, now you can't be going up getting millions of dollars from these white people and talking that shit. These white people gonna fuck you up. So you can't serve two masters now. You can't be talking all that shit and getting millions and millions of dollars off them. Them white people gonna do something to you. And he gave him a warning like that. But the woman said, the actual conversation that the woman told him, she said, you know that mouth you speak out, that big mouth you speak out, one day you're not going to be able to speak out of that mouth. Now, she was not a prophet or nothing like that, or she was psychic. She was telling them, look, she was telling them that we going to fuck you up. You see what I'm saying? We going to mess you up. So that's very key, and that actually happened. That actually happened. And so, if you want to understand, if you want to get the background on this, rent the movie The Greatest. Although they didn't give the actual conversation, but they do give this woman, this crazy woman, would go to all his fights. This rich white woman, and she was one of the women that was in on what they was gonna do to him, and she was like the agent that was monitoring his ass. And later on, it became real. Now, Let me give you this particular information on what's actually going down, which to me is probably some of the greatest prophecy fulfilled. Now, to let you know I'm not bullshitting, I'm going to send the June 1st tape up. The June 1st tape, I did a tape in Atlanta on June the 1st. I'm going to send that tape to Philadelphia because it's going, I mean, it was almost as if they was listening to the conversation that I was having in the actual tape because it's playing out the same way. Now, let me go into this history so you can understand what the hell is going on. And so you can understand what's going on. First of all, let me see how I have this lined up. Let me see how I have this lined up. I want to give it to you the same way I got this thing lined up. Okay, yeah. I think I'll give it to you this way. Remember, I think, I don't know who has the tape. The Sister Delilah might have the tape. You got the tape. The one, I think, I tell you what, you did the tape. You got the tape. I think it's the tape on something about the Enochian something. Enochian Notes of Yakub. I think that's the one. Now, in that tape, I dealt with the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. The Ethiopian Book of Enoch in that tape. Now, all Book of Enoch are from Ethiopia. So anyone you get, it's the same Ethiopian Book of Enoch. The only other book that didn't come from Ethiopia on the Book of Enoch is one coming out of Yugoslavia. In Hungary. And it's some shit. I'm up in the metaphysical bookstore. This sister came in. She looked like Delilah. You know what I'm saying? But she had, her hair was straightened, so therefore I had to look real hard, because, you know, I know it's a white woman talking, you know. Now, we kind of got a little reddish a little bit, so. But she had an accent. Otherwise, when she got up on me, I could tell she was black. I said, oh, you a sister, you know, and she was talking, had this accent, though. She said, I'm from Hungary. What the hell? I said, did you move to Hungary? She said, no. She said, there's a whole black element in Hungary and Yugoslavia. I said, what the hell? She said, yeah, I'm black. I'm a Moor. And she was telling me the history of the Moors and how she said, the whole black. I said, you will never know it based on these crackers. And she was telling me that. But I was saying that because they got a Book of Enoch also in Hungary and also Yugoslavia, the Slavic Book of Enoch. But most of the Book of Enoch you can get, the one you can, the bigger volume is by H.J. No, R.H. Charles. The Hartek book is a different thing. That's not the Book of Enoch. That's the Secret Keys of Enoch. That's different. The guy that the number one seller of Kessinger's publications, which is the out of print books, the number one seller in the country is right here in Philadelphia. Your boy, Isaac at the Reading Terminal. And they have the actual Book of Enoch. The one that I'm going to give you, I'll give you the chapter number. This is a specialized one coming from from Cambridge. But the other one, I have the other version, but that's the one you want to get. That one, the one that sells downtown in the Reading Terminal. It costs what about $40? R.H. Charles is the one you want. The Book of Enoch, the one you want is the R.H. Charles, $35 or $40, that big one. Because because that one is the prophecy. Now, when I was here in that Enochian physics, I read you a passage out of this book, and I'm getting ready to read this passage now. And this is prophecy being fulfilled. Because I got the tape in Atlanta, Georgia, on June the 1st. I got the tape in Atlanta when I did a lecture in June the 1st, and I said that these things are getting ready to happen. And these things are getting ready to happen. The Spirit revealed to me what was going to happen on Malcolm X's birthday, because they had a Malcolm X festival in Atlanta. They had one in Atlanta. And I don't usually go to it, but this day I went to it, and man, people was up there, and they was very happy because somebody came to town with some good damn news. Let me explain this shit to you. Let me explain this to you. And this is prophecy being fulfilled. In the book of Enoch, chapters 11 to 13, but chapter 11 to 13 in the book of Enoch. Do me a favor. I need to go up in my room. I got a little green case. I think it's right there on the thing and all. I got to get some vitamin C. I'm sweating and all, and you know. And I you know. But anyway, this was revealed to me at the time of Malcolm's birthday, and something kept telling me. Something said, go to the actual festival. And when I went to the actual festival, see, we had a great, big, huge Afrocentric community in Atlanta. But after the Sphinx ceremony in '94, something happened and everybody dispersed. And although you still have consciousness because it's a major city, the community has never been close-knit like it was in '94. But when I went to the actual, conference, well, the actual celebration, everybody was walking around happy. And I said, wait a minute, because I kept telling my girl, I said, you know, we need to go here today, because we was on our way to the movies. You know, because that's what I do. I go and it was something out I had to go to the cipher. But I said, something kept telling me all day, man, you need to turn around and go to the Malcolm X Festival. Turn around and go. And when we went, I met up with Juju. He was down there selling the guy I told you, this great psychic. But the people were very happy. And was walking around, they say, no, they say, we got a meeting to go to tomorrow. They got some great news, and we got a meeting to go to tomorrow. You know, this is some vitamin C, some vitamin E with C and some seafood, sea flu or whatever. And they say they were very happy. But what happened is this. Let me explain this to you. The guy, Dr. Brock, that's his name, Father Reparation, was in town. Okay. And just remember that when I give you this particular information. Let me just take this. Now, was it Dr. Brock? Father Reparation. Now, what I'm talking about here is on chapters 11 and 13 in the book of Enoch. And this is what it says. And Enoch went to Azazel. Now, Azazel in here is equivalent to Yakub, or he's equivalent to the evil portion, maybe Set Typhon in the ancient Egyptian thing. Same thing. It's Set Typhon in Egypt. You got to trace the mythology wherever, and it says Azazel. Now, this is the Ethiopian book of Enoch. They couldn't put this one along with the New Testament. Number one, it's coming from Ethiopia. Number one, it's older than the damn New Testament. And number two, it's so precise on who the people going to die up in here until it was so obvious they couldn't manipulate the scriptures. So they say, okay, we can't put that in the Old Testament. You see what I'm saying? We can't put that in the Old Testament. Because remember, the Old Testament was written 700 years after the death of so-called the high priest of ancient Egypt that they called Moses, which was a priest of Amun-Ra, Musa, whatever that motherfucker name was, a traitor king who hauled ass with Akhenaten. But anyway, this particular Enoch, the book of Enoch. Now, Enoch is the Egyptian Tahuti. So we know that even though this is from Ethiopia, they probably got it by way of pillaging the Library of Alexandria or whatever. Because the Library of Egypt did not just consist of meta scriptures. The Library of Egypt had writings from Samaria. It had writings from all over the ancient black world that was housed in these Egyptian temples, because they didn't view themselves as different people as we think they did. So now in here it says that this particular Enoch, who is Tahuti at this time, which is a great warner, is talking to Azazel. And he said, you will never have peace. He's talking to this particular, in this case, this is in the future, because it tells you this particular book is taking place basically now. So in mythology, it's talking about currents going on, one evil current and one positive current, which is also in black and white people. And it says right here that Enoch says, you will never, he said that you will never have peace. A severe sentence will come out against you, and you should be bound. So This is eschatology in the future. And you will neither have rest, nor mercy, nor granting of any petition, because of the wrong you have taught, and because all the works of blasphemy and wrong and sin, which you have shown the sons of men, which is us. Because we are in this particular country, basically, with not a mind of our own. And everything, even the way we think, is what's been taught to us, indoctrination. So it says that you're going to have problems because you have shown certain wrongs and iniquities to the sons of men. And I went and spoke to them together. And this is the key right here. This is the key right here. I went and spoke to them together. And they were afraid. And fear and trembling seized them. And fear and trembling seized them, which means they're scared. But just like the book Secret of the Andes by Brother Philip said, which was 1954, which I thought was kind of profound for a white man to say that the most evil country on the earth at that particular time in 1956 was the United States. And at that time, the only people who was calling this country evil was damn the Nation of Islam, maybe Noble Drew Ali and whatever. But for a white person in the middle of Ozzie and Harriet, that's amazing. But he said it, his words verbatim, in the last days that these people will be scared and trembling, but yet they must go on and maintain the status quo that their reign will be forever. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. That they'll keep on building buildings and stuff, and stuff, and make you think that their reign is going on forever, but yet they'll be trembling. And it says, shaking in their boots. So they say these particular people who are the ruling people, this is the ruling people in this book, the ones that's ruling the world. They were trembling and they were together. And fear seized them. Now look at this. And trembling seized them. They asked me, which Tahuti or whatever is a divine recorder, recording laws. So in this case, thinking up here now, the only thing they have to do is to make a certain gesture or to make a certain gesture or make a certain plea. It's the same of asking the spirit, other than going to a certain figure and asking. Only it's the world scheme thing. All they got to do is speak it into existence. You understand? Because that's how this war is playing out. So they came and asked me. They said, they came and asked me to write a record and a petition that they may receive forgiveness, and to take the record and petition to the Lords of heaven. So that means the only thing they got to do is make a certain plea or a certain goodwill type of move. And they, and it says, and for they themselves were unable to speak, and they did not raise their heads and their eyes to heaven out of shame of their sins, and that they had been commanded. Now what they condemned, that they had been condemned. What they mean by they're not being able to speak, they're talking about the wool being pulled from under their eye, over their eyes. And they know that ultimately they can't hide from the damn spirit realm. Now, and I wrote the record for them in the petition and their supplication in regard to their spirits and deeds in each of them, and in regard to what they asked. And mainly they should obtain, it says, absolution and forbearance. And when I sat down by the waters of Dandan on the southwest of Hermon, and they say Mount Hermon, they're talking about a spiritual place where energy or a system later on reaches to a certain plateau. It's called Mount Hotep, Mount Olympus, Mount Hermon, Mount of Olives, Mount Manu, you see, Mount Zion, all that's talking about the earth going to a particular realm. As a matter of fact, the Mount Olympus, they have the Olympic Games during that particular time, which is all relevant to what happened in Atlanta. And I read out the record and their petition until I fell asleep. Now, this is what it says here. It goes on to say, be sure to know, it goes on to say that the petition was rejected from the Lord of heaven. It was rejected. That's what it says. Now, this is the point I want to get to right now. I need somebody to go up. Delilah, you go up in the go up in the restroom and see that I leave that ankh on the sink, in the one in the middle, right there in the middle. I don't know. I might have, if it's not there, it's still in the room though. But this is what I want to get to at this particular time. And I'll wait till Delilah get back because I want her to hear this also. I don't want to send nobody out because this is prophecy being fulfilled. Now, they talk about these same prophecies in the Bible and other things, but they only see the thing about the Bible in places like that. They only give you a fragment. So they might have one sentence, whereas in some ancient material, they would have had a whole, they would have went into it in depth. And what I mean by that is, take for instance, we know that at the temple of Isis at Philae, they recorded some stuff called Gnosticism, which is later-day Egyptian Coptic. The Greeks got that, and they had all this particular information. Later on, the Romans copied that and made a new Christianity out of what they got out of Gnosticism. But because they copied it and they made what is called subsequent or something else later on from something greater, they might have one or two passages that explain something, and people write books and books and books with the one or two passages, but their whole explanation of it is in an earlier material. So, in the Gnostic scriptures, especially the Apocalypse of John, they will go through 1,000,000 years of history in 6 pages. Something that the Bible fails to go to in the whole book. That's because the Bible can't go through that. Okay, well, it's probably in one of my things and all. So, they will go through 1,000,000 years of history. That's because it's more authentic. It's the original gnosis, which means knowing an original knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So the book of Enoch, even though they will talk about certain things in the Bible and all, the book of Enoch or earlier material will give you the whole thing on what went down. That's why I say even though the Bible, you can go into the Bible and find certain things, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. You need to get the ancient text. You see what I'm saying? The ancient text, because it has a little more, it goes into stuff a lot more detail. So now, in the book of Enoch, they're talking about these people that's scared and they go to the spirit world or they're making gestures. You have to go and take the ancient stuff and bring it into this time and see exactly what they're talking about. Are they talking? You got to bring it out, even though it's mythology, you got to bring it out of the mythological stage, but it's physics, but it's explaining stuff now. And then you got to see how the prophecy fulfills based on what's actually happening in the government. So anyway, what it's saying is there's some people that are scared and they're begging. Now, this is prophecy being fulfilled because I said this back in March. Now, in here, the white man has gone on this new crusade of apologizing. Now, let's go into this thing, which is the fulfillment of this same book of Enoch. Now, unfortunately for him, when the apology starts in the book of Enoch, it is at the end. It is like a couple of days off from him getting his ass off the planet. So the apology, and when we say a couple of days, we talk about we're in the hour. Anytime the crackers start begging, you see, it's at the end, you see. So now, let's deal with this. He started the apology with the Pope standing up. When was that? Was that 90? 96? 96. The Pope stood up and started apologizing for slavery and suggested that the other countries do that too. So the apology, that was the first one. But it started a little bit before that. Do you know that the movie Malcolm X was a form of apology? A movie, even though it was wasn't the best movie made, it's still, Malcolm X was a good-ass movie. I enjoyed the shit. Let's not be bullshitting. But my point is, for the mere fact that they wouldn't have been able to get a movie like that made 20 years ago, it was an apology. And I propose that a lot of these movie makers, they bring them in just so they can make these movies. It was an apology. Just as Panther, the movie Panther, was an apology. Okay, it's the white man's version of an apology. Let's be reasonable here. We're talking about the cracker. For the mere fact you even getting something done. An apology. Okay? All right. The Medgar Evers story. It just had Ghost in Mississippi. Apology. Hold on, I got him. Rosewood. They first paid the people off, a little bit of reparations, and they made a movie. Apology. Apology. 1995, which was right before the Southern Baptist stood up, convention in Atlanta, came up and apologized for slavery. An apology. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Although it was on their own terms, you're supposed to put two and two together. The Los Angeles CIA drug admitting to putting drugs, that's an apology. They ain't apologizing to you. They just have to put it out there. You see what I'm saying? They're apologizing to the spirit realm, which going, and they're doing it through you. Now, how you act to it is your own business. You see, but it's an apology. The Army, Congressional Honors. Remember the Congressional Medal of Honors? They came and gave them old people. That's an apology. 2 months later, a month later, the Navy came out and apologized for that cook that ran up on the ship and shot down 7 airplanes in the South Pacific. And a couple other people we didn't even know about. That's an apology. Okay? That's an apology. Let's keep on going. The movie Glory. Even though it was 1990, all this stuff is in the same realm. The movie Glory. Most people didn't even know black people even fought in the Civil War. That's an apology. The Jackie Robinson celebration. It's an apology for shutting black people out before 1947. It's an apology. You got to understand how the shit is. But what?
An official apology.
Yeah, for what?
Yeah, for the baseball.
For the baseball thing. See? Apology. Mm-hmm. The Christian Coalition. The Christian Coalition. About a month ago, this Christian Coalition, conservative right-wing group, came in and was going in with the actual preachers and helping them. That's a form of apology. The burning down of the churches, then apologizing for the burning down of the churches and helping build the shit back, that's an apology. See, not only do they do apologies, they make apologies. Let me explain the science on that. Show you how good these reparations are going. It's a whole, it's not even a science, it's like a movement afoot. And it's so crafty, so you don't even know, it's becoming commonplace that they apologize. One other reason why they had to start calling it the N-word, since dual things they're dealing with stuff, they work night and day. Tuskegee Airmen movie, 1995. Apology. Tuskegee Experiments. They made the movie, Miss Evers' Boy, in February. They apologized, what, a month ago? Look. Show you the document. This is a sad-ass picture, too. Let's get this picture. Hold on. Sad picture. You know, but here you go. Here it is. This is in the Atlanta one, but you've seen it. Black man hugging the president. You know, ass all laid out with VD. But he hugging the president. But he an old man, you know. Niggas love, the old people love the white man more than the white man loves himself, you know. But he old, you understand that shit. Naturally, this is his greatest thing to hug President Clinton. We got some young niggas to do that shit, like fucking LL Cool J. and all them niggas dancing at the inauguration. LL, one leg, pant leg motherfucker, dancing and rapping to the guy with the president. Modern day buck dancing and step procession. And fucking the first year he won, you people Arrested Development, all Mr. Conscious, Arrested Development, dancing and singing for the damn president. Niggas and flies. One spread filth and one spread lies. The more I hang around niggas, the more I like flies. Look. So the apology. Okay. Let's go on. Got a lot more. Martin Luther King, that whole thing, the young boy going to visit James Earl Ray ass in the prison. Although we know James Earl Ray ain't killed him, but this ain't no damn current event. So new. They should have been visited that motherfucker back in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? But it's an apology. The government get them to do that. Then they test the gun. We waiting on the results for that. An apology. You got to understand how this is going. Now look. Look at this. The Texaco thing. Let me show you how this shit, see, it's much more advanced than you think. Now, come on. They've been talking shit about niggas since niggas been in this planet, on this, been amongst, right, since crackers been on the planet. Now, all of a sudden, some damn tape's gonna mysteriously be found. Get the fuck out of here. This cracker man is killing niggas wholesale. I done located the train track where they putting niggas on every night. Nobody in the whole town don't know about it. But yet a motherfucker gonna find a cassette. You believe that shit if you want to. Like they put stuff on TV, every time they got news, it automatically goes to TV. Yet you can't get a good report if somebody hit your car. You know what I'm saying? And rape your grandmama, it might not get on TV if no money involved. But yet you think that this shit got on. This was some government stuff in the first place, and the Texaco selling out of port is an apology, because this crack is on an advanced level on how he's doing it. Look, the man ain't got nothing to lose. He gonna die anyway. But he figure, well, hell, it won't be for not trying. So he'll say, well, I've done everything. You see, I'm gonna put a tape in. You know. Okay. Now, Texaco thing. Apology. Chevron just got in some mess with black people. Apology. The Tiger Woods shit. Now, come on. How dumb can we be? Here goes goddamn Homeboy Country Club, white people. These people discuss strategies on how they gonna kill 1 million niggas, and all of a sudden some shit gonna get out the country club based on some soul food comments where it's commonplace to make fun of niggas. You know what I'm saying? Come on, that's some bullshit. That's all a part of the apology. They're doing it systematically in every aspect of life. So they've been making fun of niggas all these years. They do a public apology. They create the scene to go in there and apologize. Corporate people been fucking over black people all these years. So they make the incident from Texaco to come in and apologize. Remember, everything on TV is orchestrated. You understand what I'm saying? And choreographed. None of it is real. We live in an age where that shit you see on the New Age stuff like Running Man and all these New Age movies like Free Jack. That's a real good one. Where the corporation run everything. And Handmaid's Tale. Movie Handmaid's Tale and Free Jack. Where the corporation and everything is censored. That's the kind of thing we live in. Because the BBC did a whole thing on censorship. And America got mad. You see. That's all a part of the actual apology. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on to some more apologies. Let's go on to some more apologies. They had a celebration 2 years ago for Richard Pryor, apologizing for giving that nigga a lobotomy in 1980. You see, giving him a lobotomy when he went into the hospital, gave him a lobotomy. Never been funny. Next thing you know, he's shaking. All fucked up, you know. They're getting ready to make a movie to apologize for him, to him, using Damon Wayans as playing Richard Pryor. Very key how you understand this. Look. The apology of Muhammad Ali that I was just talking about. You got to put that in? Okay. I'll let you do that.
Right there. Marcy, if you will witness something.
The apology. That's the apology. Then the next thing you know, he's going on a book tour saying the white man all right. That's the acceptance. You could always get niggas to accept. You just couldn't get the beast to apologize for nothing. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. They made the movie When We Were Kings. Some shit went down in 1994. Remember the movie they made back in February, When We Were Kings? The 1974 Zaire fight, the Rumble in the Jungle. They made the movie, you know, there was the footage and all. 74, they released it just now. Then what they do, they apologize, they give the motherfuckers Academy Award for the shit. That's the white man's top honor. Just like the Congressional Record of Honor. You see, first of all, oh, this nigga reaching. No, that's too many damn coincidences. You know, 2 is a coincidence. 99, that shit is real. It's the movement afoot. We'll go into the science. It's the fulfillment of prophecy. Okay, let's go on. Let's see some more apologies. Wait a minute, I got a few. Let's see, I got a few. Yeah, let me just give you this. Come on. Show you what I'm talking about. All right, I told you I had gone to the Malcolm X Festival, and which death was on the 19th, that Monday. They had the festival on that Saturday, which was the 17th. At the festival, they were signing people up, and they had announced that Dr. Brock was in town because they had some real good news. And it was all about going to the meeting the next day on the 18th. Now, this is a fulfillment of prophecy because I did it on the 1st. This particular information came out that led up to what happened last week with Bill Clinton, but we're going to get into that. Let me explain this. The same day on the 18th, the Atlanta Journal and Constitution ran this article, Torn by Racism. Can a Southern president bring the racists together? Now, you got to understand how stuff is planned. First of all, he didn't make the announcement until last week. So why is it 2 weeks before they run this paper? Can a Torn by Racism, can a Southern president bring the racists together? Bring the racists together. Now look at this. Try to understand this. Then, all of a sudden, this is what happened. The Spirit came to me that Sunday, and the Spirit whispered in my ear, which is nothing but I'm tapping into my own Akashic records, which you all have detailed files. If you learn how to use it, or it just recognize you even got the shit. Because our shit is more advanced than just the way data is stored based on the crackers' way of doing shit. So, I was up there and it hit. I said, wait a minute. Okay. They're holding back. They got one last plan for black people that they setting it up right now. And the Spirit say they're going to pay niggas reparations soon. And Dr. Brock was coming to Atlanta because they had some good news, because what I'm telling you is the consensus at that Malcolm X Festival, everybody was happy because what they were saying was he was coming in and saying, look, all bullshit aside, we got secret meetings with these crackers weekly. And I can't come in and just basically tell you outright, but them motherfuckers done told me I got it. We got the goddamn money. They get ready to pay niggas' asses off. And that's what the meeting was about, the same day that this ran, the same time. Now, this is the key. This is the key. They're real scared, which is this. Number one, it's good for the economy because they figure, hell, if they pay niggas off, they're going to get the shit back in damn a week. Can you imagine? See, first of all, you're talking about a people, not only are people consumers, you're talking about a people that's shut out from society. Actually, it's a slave subculture. That's all this shit was. And you mean to tell me you're going to give a motherfucker some money like that? Nobody want to hear nothing. You see? So it's good for the economy. They're going to get it back. You understand what I'm saying? Plus, they print it all up. They got enough money to outfit us 10 times over, so it's going to be minimum wage. You understand what I'm saying? I don't care how much they give you. Even if they gave $100,000 to each body, that's minimum wage. And spiritually, there can't be no price put on slavery. But this is the key. They're going to start paying people off. Now, this is the key. Can you imagine that the conservative element that they, with starting in 1980 with Reaganomics, was that some mythological type foolishness that white men was mad at black people because we was receiving too much. You heard that before? Reverse discrimination. Now, what can you say if they don't even want to give a nigga some regular old affirmative action or whatever? What do you think gonna happen when they give these niggas this damn money? That's race riot, jihad. Straight up. Because the militia's been telling you straight up, race riot is inevitable. Can you imagine? Here goes some crackers, trailer park niggas been in this country, been fed a superiority complex that they are more elite than people, and you gonna go around and give the coons some money, and motherfucking coons passing by you in a motherfucking Jaguar? You know what I'm saying? Some crackers get jealous of you just having a motherfucking nice suit. What do you think you driving down past motherfucking Jaguar? Before they say, oh, he's just a dope dealer. But what about everybody just got free money now? You can't put that shit on them now. That shit gonna be a race war. But it's all a part of the divine prophecy being fulfilled. You see what I'm saying? Being fulfilled. It's all a part of the divine prophecy. Now, personally, it really don't matter whether you take the money or not. My point is, look, it's like this. If you got something to get paid off, I don't know. It's not like it's not like if you take the money, you're not going to receive salvation, because salvation don't have nothing to do with how you function on the physical level anyway, because this is all an illusion, a holographic image of a damn role we playing to get from 1A to 1B. It's a form of the movies that's playing on the wall in hibernation, inside the cocoon stage, the mummy. So it really has nothing to do with that. So if you want to take the money, that's on you. You understand what I'm saying? That's on you. You might have some bills you might need to pay. You know what I'm saying? Well, whatever the deal is. Especially all, because, I mean, it's not as if that all the niggas are going to turn down some money. So that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? What you do, you know, that's personal. Because it's not as if that you're going to be chastised for it. Just know that, you know, you just be a motherfucker in a nice suit killing the motherfucking cracker. You know, because they're going to die anyway because the actual Book of Enoch tells you it's going to be that way. You see, and all. But it's dealing with this particular part. Now, when Dr. Brown said it, and the Spirit came to me on the 18th when the actual, I had a lecture the next week. But during the time that the actual meeting was going on, I heard it. I said, they're going to pay them. I saw it. Because like I tell you, if you know how to project, you can go into the future, meetings, past. There's no limit on how, they can't keep no secrets. The Gospel of Thomas say, we live in an age where there won't be no secrets left hidden. All which is hidden will be revealed. Now look at this. I saw it, and I said it on June the 1st. I said they're going to pay reparations, just like I'm telling you now. Then, all of a sudden, last week, we get this. We get the paper. We get this. Slavery apology and plan raises reparation issue. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is damn near verbatim on what I said in the lecture 2 weeks before. they got it right here about the slavery apology, where, you know, Bill Clinton done stood up at the college somewhere and talking about apologizing. Also, in the final call, now, I don't even buy this damn comic book motherfucking paper here. This shit here is done turned into a bridge club meeting. This is, but I said, well, that's prophecy enough to get, you know, race in America, and they talk about the apology and all this type of stuff here. But it's very key that you understand that it's the fulfillment of prophecy, which is actually going down, and this is their last wave, because it's being prophesied in the book of Enoch on chapter 11 to 13. But in here, immediately after they make the apology, they are rejected and they cast into the great abyss, which spiritually is talking about motherfuckers getting fucked up. And we can go into the metaphysical concept of that. But I wanted to give you this particular information so you can understand what this particular part is at this particular time. Now, I want to deal with a couple other things at this particular time. You want to take a break? We take a break, then we come back, then we're going to get into some advanced metaphysical melanin music, advanced metaphysical, that's the prophecy in the hard copy. But we're going to get into some advanced metaphysical Camite mystery system, melanin mysteries, as well as some other greater mysteries when we come back. That's what we deal. We're going to deal with some Kabbalistic greater mysteries. But when we come back after. Okay. Okay. Y'all ready in there? Let me know now. Okay. So, okay, we back on? All right. So like I was saying, Bill Clinton is doing what? This entire year he's going to make a campaign going around the country doing apologies. Now we know, based on being black people, that the white man don't show his face or don't do certain things out of the ordinary, but every once in a while, so all of a sudden to make this commonplace, you know it's something going on greater than what it seems. You see what I'm saying? Because why is it that the devil wait 90 years to apologize? That don't logically make no damn sense. I mean, he should have started apologizing after the 1960s, after we pulled his coat. You see what I'm saying? But why is it you're going to go through the 80s, the 70s, and most of the 90s and just start apologizing? Huh? That's a part of it, too, because remember now, both Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and all of them convened on the first of the year. They had it on Nightline. And they said, well, we do know there's calendars that's older than the Gregorian calendar, which has been supposed to have been the year 2000, but we're saying based on the Gregorian calendar and a little bit of months that was modified from that, it is the year 2000, at least by 1997. Then they announced that on the 1st, and then on January the 23rd, they had the big celebration of the white people around the world, and also CNN talk about we went into the age of Aquarius because at that particular conjunction, the cosmos and the stars formed a perfect six-pointed star. And come to find out, they had scientific evidence that the government has been tracking this shit since 1969. And they had the white boy, and I got it all off the internet, and they showed the guy who was like the foremost scholar of this thing. And sure enough, it came into what can be the Gaia Mind Project. So if you want to get any more information on that age of Aquarius and the six-pointed star, you just go and tap in the Gaia Mind Project on the internet, and it'll give you all of that. So that's very key. But it was interesting because the same time that happened 20 years ago, of the same day, 20 years before, on the same day, January 23rd, 1977, Roots aired. And they said, where were you in January 23rd, 1977? Now, we know that Roots was a pale reflection of really slavery, but we know, hey, knowing the white man, that's some great shit. You know what I'm saying? That's some great stuff. And it did have a spiritual counterpart, because right now, if you want to see if it's mystical or not, Go and get the Root soundtrack, Quincy Jones, and play it. Get the Root soundtrack, Quincy Jones. You can get the record someplace. You can get it for like $1 and $2 if you still in the albums, and play them. Now you can get it on CD, and you will hear some things if you tuned in. So it's very key on some things that's actually happening. All that went down on the same time. So that's very key. So they're making this apology because they are also fulfilling prophecy, because it's prophesied that the cracker would make this apology. It's also prophesied in both in these papyruses in the back of Budge's book, From Fetish to God, his last book. But because the Egyptians were so advanced and most of that stuff was read by the priests, it's a lot harder to actually break it down, but it can be done. The book of Enoch and different things like that was at an age where they had to let this type of information get down to the common man, because it was prophetic history. The Egyptian stuff was made mainly for the priesthood at that particular time, and that's why it takes advanced minds like us to pick it apart and all. But it's very key that you understand that this apology, man, is prophecy being fulfilled. But like I said before we shut down for the break, that the book of Enoch says once the apology starts, you know some time is, you know that at 8. We in the last hours. We've been in the last hours, but this is a turning point. Very key that you understand that. Now, what I want to get into right now, and for the people that want to go into a greater inquiry, you're going to have to get 2 books. You're going to have to get Lieutenant Colonel's A.E. Powell's Astro Body, and you're going to have to look for the footnote in the chapter called Human Artificials. And then once you get the footnote, you're going to have to get 2 volumes of Blavatsky's Secret Doctrines. And in the footnote, here's a bit of prophecy that was fulfilled. I bought Lieutenant Colonel's A.E. Powell's Astro Body, and we looked up the footnote of what a human artificial really is. And when we traced the footnote, because his footnote said go to Blavatsky, page so-and-so, so-and-so. And when we went there, we found that it had something to do with an ape. An ape. Now, Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, based on some things about the grafting effect having to deal with the ape. Now, fortunately, and I have to always preface this, because fortunately since 1992, we have gotten enough evidence coming from the Temple of Seti I in ancient Egypt, the Hieratic Papyrus of the British Museum translated by Alan H. Gardner, which we even have copies of it here floating in Philadelphia, as well as my book, Human Artificial. We got so much evidence that this man was created, more evidence that he was created than somebody going up into the Ice Age and mutating. Because if you even deal with Charles Finch's story on the mutation of white people, he always starts saying that black people came from apes, which is the Charles Darwin story, which if you go get the Nephilim book from the comic book store, it says that Charles Darwin was one of the people that was commissioned by the secret society to write the theory of natural selection and the whole ape thing and the missing link thing, to try to cover up the ancient black man's history, because they had documents coming from the University of Salamanca and other universities around the world on Atlantis and Lemuria. So now the breakdown is, when these scholars were saying, and they didn't get into Atlantis and Lemuria, but all these white people got all this information, they wanted to know where the shit came from. But they became victims of not paying attention to their own damn scholarship. Ivan Van Sertima, as well as Jose Pimienta Bay, who just got his doctorate on Moorish history. They wrote the book, The Golden Age of the Moors, and also the other book with the ASCAT conference, said that they opened up 16 universities. So hell, if they open up 16 universities, then you see these white people now coming up in the occult realm with all this information. That's the information that they're doggone saved from the fucking Moors. And we become victims of not even paying attention to what the hell we say. You see what I'm saying? Now, based on that, based on Charles Darwin and based on the whole Diop two-cradle theory, like I have to preface, Diop got his ass killed. Because Diop had some other materials, being able to read French and being able to have access to the French libraries and also other materials. Diop tapped into some other material on the Tamahu, the created white man, which he gives in chapter 10 of his book, African Origins of Religion, Myth or Reality. But he purposely takes the part out of the Temple of Seti I where they said that Tamahu means the created white man, which you can find in Gerald Massey's volume 1 of Book of the Beginnings, which is the whole completion of the letter written by Champollion, who found who translated the Rosetta Stone to his older brother, Champollion the Elder. But anyway, Diop finding this particular stuff, Diop found a hominid stage of information coming that they knew coming from out of France, and he was getting ready to write a book on this shit about this white boy being the devil. Basically going deeper into what this person was, a missing link. And anyway, they took him out and told his cracker wife, we're going to kill your ass too if you don't give up the papers. And she had to give up the papers. You see what I'm saying? And so basically, this particular information I'm getting ready to get into now is the missing information based on that. Coming from information, because remember now, the book that we haven't received is called Abduction Extraordinaire, written in French. And it's ironic. My ex-girlfriend teaches French at Spelman. Teaches French at Spelman and shit. We was going to put her on a plane one time and go and try to pick this shit up. Or either steal it from the libraries over in France, because it's written in French. So there's a lot of information that's there. Too much on this white boy's nature. But the key is, it's written in German, Russian, and French. They don't write it, even though they got a lot of it in England, tons of it in England. But some of the most gross stuff is written in German, Russian, and French because they don't want it to fall in the hands of black people, and they know most black people are not bilingual. You see what I'm saying? And they know that the Africans who do speak French don't know their ass from a hole in the ground and don't want shit to do with ancient history whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? So they ain't worried about the African, or in that case, a lot of indigenous people and all. You might have the ones and twos, so it might take another 100 years to produce a damn Diop. That's just the way it is. Ain't got nothing on their mind. No harm intended, but let's be real about this shit. They're in retreat from Africa, like John Henry Clark said. Now, dealing with this particular information, the information I'm getting ready to get into now is based on my research of Lieutenant A.E. Powell's book, as well as Blavatsky. Now, Blavatsky, we find out that not only, she said that she was contacted by some black men, basically, called the Mahatmas. What we believe as Blavatsky tapped into some ancient libraries of Moorish history of one of them 16 universities, as well as subsequent universities in Russia, put out by the Moors. They taught all of Europe. And we believe that basically she documented Moorish science and the leftover vestiges of Moorish history and made Isis Unveiled, the first 2 volumes, and the other 2 volumes is Secret Doctrines. And from that, she got a certain history of the origins of the white man. Now, it's interesting because even Wayne Chandler, who wrote for Diop, said that he was at the University of North Carolina, which is, even Dr. Ben talked about University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Got a lot of shit on the niggas up in there. And so he was at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill for a whole year doing Moorish research. and said himself in the two single volumes of Secret Doctrines, he found great evidence on the white man being created, which coincides with Lieutenant A.E. Powell, which is one of her later disciples after she's dead, that writes in his book A.E. Powell on what the white human artificials are and what is the link between the human artificial. And so we're going to go into a bit of this history, and we're going to go into, and we're going to bring this up into the recent phenomenon that came about from 1992 to somewhere around 1995 when they found out it was fatal for them. Also documented in Philip K. Dick's Blade Runner. Now let's deal with this. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that something in the grafting, he made, you see, we got to realize, and I was trying to tell wise, that Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke of mythology. And the mythology is not to be taken verbatim and actually literal. It's giving you an overall concept of greater mysteries of genetic engineering. You see. Now we know that based on not only that, but based on also Rudolf Steiner's Atlantis and Lemuria, that H.G. Wells' best friend, Rudolf Steiner, who was also Adolf Hitler's teacher, might I add, because we're going to go into some stuff on the Third Reich, that H.G. Wells wrote The Island of Dr. Moreau based on the Yakub story, which was called the Manu story in Rudolf Steiner's Atlantis and Lemuria. Also, you can also access that book with the Health Research Corporation out of California. But in this, with A.E. Powell's information, we know that the white boy is a cross between a pig, some type of ape gene, and whatever kind of goddamn scavenger, as well as human. Based on genetic engineering, that based up January, you can bear witness to the shit because the cracker just showed you the shit. So there ain't no doggone argument about this shit. Now, if the cracker can show you this shit in 1990 with 33 degrees, what the fuck you think we could do with 360 degrees? Whereas the mythology of Honorable Elijah Muhammad somewhere between the 1940s changed. You see, whatever happened in reports based on a brother named Rockman, who was the first person to open up the mosque in Atlanta during the 1960s, who is still living, said that we know that the man could read minds. Well, that ain't no big damn deal. We got that kind of science to read minds. The Egyptians could do it. The Africans could do it. You know, niggas these days can do it. He said, Honorable Elijah Muhammad looked at him and said, I want you to go back to Atlanta, and I want you to open up a mosque. He said, but hell, he was in retreat from Atlanta because of the simple fact he was running the streets there. He was pimping, dope, and everything else. He said, oh, shit, I don't want to go back there. Motherfuckers know me as a thug. And he said he was thinking this in his mind. And Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, oh, don't worry about it, man. Hell, I did all kind of fucked up shit on the streets of Detroit, too. You know what I'm saying? He said, don't even worry about it. He said, how does this man know this? So between the 1931 or 1933 to 1960, his information changed. Before, he used to deal with straight verbatim of what Master Farad Muhammad taught him. Although we know we trace his stuff back to Sufism. But remember now, you got to get esoteric Sufism, which is one of the greatest scholars of esoteric Sufism, which is actually more science, because Sufi means woolly-haired one, which is mystical Islam, is Henry Corbin. But one of the Sufi branches is where we get the mystical link of this Master Farad Muhammad. He was a Sufi Muslim. So that breaks it off of the mystical side to the practical side, then you can understand how these teachings came about. All based, coming out of the Sufi order. Also, the great book that documents that particular stuff is People of the Secret, Ernest Scott. Now, dealing with this particular information, what had happened was, between 1930s and the 1970s, late 73, when he started compiling what is called a theology of time, which is his modified version based on him being able to channel himself and recorrect some things. On the Yakub story, he finally came out and said that the Egyptians had their hand in creating the white man. Which bears witness to the temple of Seti I, which they tore down after the late 1800s and rebuilt it again and excavated those particular fragments out, which the only fragments we got, other than the one is the ones that Diop tapped into. Now, how did he get it? That's why he died. As well as Gerald Massey, and in the spiritual side, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But he said the Egyptians had their hands in creating the doggone whatchamacallit. But if you understand, and based on John Anthony West, the Egyptians were actually Atlanteans, and they go back further than some 3,000 fucking years. Even Blavatsky and her secret doctrine say one thing the ancient priests did, they never told real true history. Because if a person know your true history, they can control your ass. So even Manetho it was the biggest fabrication in history. He just lied to Philadelphus the second or whatever when he told him this little bit of chronology of ancient Egypt of 3,000 years. But even when he put a bit of history that's also documented in Basil Davison's book, his last book coming out in 1981 or 82 on Africa, Basil Davison, where it documents in there that Manetho told him shit. He said, we talking about 8,000 years worth of history, and they asked him who used to rule before the 3,000 years, and he said, oh, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. And we thought that was quite mystical until we found out that we used to be gods. Just as Elijah Muhammad said, just as in Basil Davis recording of what Manetho says. In Manetho's book called Sothis, which is Sirius, which is also in fragments also too. Now, dealing with this particular information, it sets the stage to understand the information on what I'm getting ready to get into, which was later recorded in A.E. Powell's book on the white man having a connection. And the missing connection is if he was created with half ape, half pig, and a whole lot of fucked up genes and human genes, he came out looking a certain way, and then they had to go ahead. The first genetic engineering that came about, which is also documented in Rudolf Steiner's book, Atlantis and Lemuria. The first genetic engineering that came about, he did not look like the white man. He looked like an ape. But this particular ape was much more advanced in thinking than the white man because it had the direct, if not soul of a black man, but it had a high intellect like the black man. And then they went ahead and gene spliced it down to what is the mutant that you have today, which was at the first time, it was dumb. Now, go back and get the damn movie Multiplicity. Now, Multiplicity, how many people saw the movie Multiplicity? You remember they created the clones, and then the clone went up there and got them a clone made from the clone. But long as he could make the clone from the original gene, the clone was a duplicate. But when the clone made a clone, it was dumb as shit. That's the fucking white boy. It's the second edition from the original species, so the white boy was looking for the original missing link. Because he's not the original missing link. He was in barbarism for damn near thousands of years, and he had to evolve into the intellect that he is now, somewhere in completion of what he's going to be somewhere in the 20th century. Because he wasn't even complete. Even though he's still the beast and the devil, the best he can be, he is just now fine-tuning that motherfucker somewhere around the 1980s. Because in the 60s, that motherfucker was putting dogs on your ass. He just had a behavioral modification where he suppressed the damn beast in him, but it's still there. But it took him thousands of years to evolve into what he is now. Just like the movie Multiplicity. Just like that same movie where they had to graft it down to several series in the movie The Island of Dr. Moreau, written by H.G. Wells, who also was a contemporary and a best friend of doggone Rudolf Steiner, the master occultist and Rosicrucianist, and a theosophist, who actually benefited off of Moorish manuscripts and plagiarized Moorish manuscripts. Now, dealing with this particular information, what we have is this. The missing link, the first introduction into the gene splicing, although it was more looking like the ape family, it had a higher intellect than the white man. This particular intellect of the white man, because it was higher than the white man, it could not live around the dumbass white people, the same thing you see in multiplicity. So it had a separate culture. A culture so advanced till this day they have problems finding it. That missing link is Sasquatch, Bigfoot. That's what the shit is. That's the missing link. So in 1992, 2 white boys with some fucking Budweisers and some advanced equipment went out and took a picture of this shit. So they said, we have been studying melanin, the emissions of melatonin, and basically because that's so alien from us, we can't get anywhere. We need to find the missing link because that's the closest link that we can get to that somehow can bridge us to the other original stock, which is us. And whatever we're going to do, we can't do anything until we find the missing link, which is Sasquatch. When the 2 white boys with Budweisers and was halfway drunk went out and got one, they say, well, shit, we got satellite technology, bugs, computers. Don't tell me we can't get no fucking Sasquatches when we know there's 200 reported in the USA alone. You understand where I'm coming from? Because we talking about the Bering Straits or before continental drift. They said find Sasquatch. And the campaign has been on since the late 1980s. They even made a movie to commemorate the white family rejoining Sasquatch and living in harmony called Harry and the Hendersons. But they tried to show that this Sasquatch had a high intellect in them. They used the black man to play it. Harry and the Hendersons. You sure did, the brother did. But the key is, they were so advanced, until they were so advanced, they were able to stay out of sight for years because it was a part of the culture. But they have now since located a couple of these Sasquatch between 1992 up to around 1994. And still yet, they found out, just like in Blade Runner, that once something is being set in motion and you created for that, you can't go beyond your own creation, so therefore they fucked. They can't bridge the gap. They can't get back human. But Sasquatch was the missing link and was their last goal. But the whole thing is they had a worldwide search and a worldwide program from 1992. Well, they actually from the late 80s, but really they went seriously when the white boys, 2 drunk-ass white boys, got a picture of one. They say it's attainable, and with satellite technology we can get them. And they had a worldwide search, but they have found them, but they have not been able to bridge the gap. And that's when the fucking apology started. You see. But the key is, this particular people got a higher intellect than the white man. Go and look at the movie Multiplicity. The clone doesn't suppose itself to be a clone, Multiplicity. But you got to understand, because he was losing time, and that's what he wanted to actually do. And that's the Bigfoot mystery that you got to understand at this particular time. But to read up further on this, you're going to have to go and get the secret doctrines where they hint on this particular information. Now, which leads me to the offspring of Rudolf Steiner, which later kicked Rudolf Steiner out of Germany, Adolf Hitler. Rudolf Steiner was just one of his teachers that he sought after. Adolf Hitler is a spiritual necessarily in one thing. And I'm explaining that to you in a few minutes. But let me go into some history here. Adolf Hitler was a member of something called the Thule Society. The Thule Society, T-H-U-L-E, Thule Society. And in the late 1920s and the early 1930s, after World War II, they used to stand around the corner like black people and talk about the great, illustrious powers of the Aryan race. Unfortunately, the Thule Society was profoundly affected by Madame Blavatsky in her secret doctrines. But what they didn't realize that the Aryan race that they were so lovely admiring was a black people out of Atlantis. The first Aryans were black. But either way, they had found something that can transform them and so-called make them ancient, ignoring that, hey, goddammit, how do you explain barbarism? But anyway, the original Aryans were black. And they used to stand around the corners and talk about how great this race will one day take over the earth. Just like we're talking about reality, because goddammit, we're the Aryans, the Africans, the Egyptians, the Camites, the Lemurians, or whatever. We the people. They were just using our mythology and didn't realize that Blavatsky had gotten her information from the Moors. You see. But still, yeah, it transformed the Thule society, which was the mystical society, and the political branch was the Nazi party. So along come Adolf Hitler, who was all a part of the learning. Adolf Hitler said, y'all motherfuckers standing around here talking shit. Hey, let's put some of this stuff into action. Now, understanding the Adolf Hitler, why did I say he's to be revered? Let's go into a bit of history. The people, you might want to tap for wait, okay. The people, yeah. I just, you know, I didn't know you. The people, Europeans say that basically the European civilization was broken after World War II. It left Europe and they were never the same. America became more powerful, but England, France, Germany, Spain never had the power they had prior to World War I and World War II. It broke, especially damn England, the most vicious beast. Now, what Hitler did was, based on the information, this is a book, Adolf Hitler, Black Magician, Gerald Schuster. After the Book of Law came down with Aleister Crowley in 1904, there was what is called a current, an incoming current, the Heru current. This current came in and literally seized Adolf Hitler and made him a slave of the current, which is spiritual, because he was getting voices from the same entity, the Heru entity, to tell him what to do. Well, what did he do? Number one, these damn countries that he fucked up, and all the countries that got fucked up following him, as well as Germany, all had their hand in fucking slavery. And he came in as the physical New Age Messiah and put scunion on all their asses. Think about it. Every country that had their hand in slavery suffered severely under Adolf Hitler. England, big slave people. You understand? France, big slave people. You see what I'm saying? And all the other things, because all of Europe was thrown into this damn war. And that was a payback. And Hitler pulled the shit off, which he didn't die and threw up one of his clones, because out of that became genetic engineering called the perfect race or the master race, and that's where you first get your cloning incidents from the 1940s. Documented by Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because we got the actual paper here where he talked about that particular cloning incidents. The AIDS incidents came out of the World War II, as well as a couple of other things that came out of there too. All kinds of inventions and stuff came out of the World War II. But after they used the European Jew, who got scunion on him because he was the brain behind the damn slave trade, kept everything together, kept all the money together. So he got the worst of the shit because he's supposed to know better, especially taking on an ancient black man's religion like Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, it was payback time. But it says, I am the warrior lord of the 40s and the 80s, which is a cycle, which we are in the end part of that cycle right now, starting in 1984. Check. Now, I heard something, and I want to get into this right now because you got to understand something. First of all, Hitler and them was driven off of something by a guy also called Leighton. I'll give you the name. You can get excerpts from it from this book. If you want to get the whole story, you're going to have to get a major occult book called Morning of the Magicians by Burgers and Powell. Burgos in power. Let me give you the name of these people. Give you the name of these people. The book was in, Samuel Weiser had plenty of them in the early 90s. I'm not sure if it's still in print, but it's called, let me give you the name of this book. The name of it is Morning of the Magician. Burgos, L. Burgos, and J. L. Powells and J. Bergier. Powells and Bergier. B-E-R-G-I-E-R. Whatever that is. The name of the book is The Morning of the Magicians. But, coming from, they talk about this guy's documents, Lytton. Let me get the name right. L-Y-T-T-O-N, Lytton. The tales changed the lives of many in the 1890s. This is when this guy came out. And it was not surprising that we learned that Lytton knew and was respected by Elipius Levi, yet the works in which had most influence, neither in France nor in Great Britain, but in Germany. It was entitled, this work by Lytton, called The Coming Race. It is a story of a man who discovers that beneath the caverns of the earth exists an advanced and vast civilization, far superior than our own in every respect, which has developed superhuman psychic power known as VRIL, for real, another word for melanin, and which can, as a result, easily perform what would be called miracles. One day, this race of superhuman or supermen will emerge from the earth and rule and destroy us. It is not known whether Lytton believed this, but it is certain that the Nazis subsequently did believe this. Now, as well as the Aryan myth of who this race is supposed to be, tied in with Blavatsky. And so as a result, they were driven based on this particular documents that's recorded in this particular book, Adolf Hitler, Black Magician. The other book by Jocelyn Godwin, Arctos, The Polar Myth, Scientific Symbolism of Nazi Survival. And the polar myth is talking about the inner caverns of the world, or the subterranean worlds. Although there's the book, Michael Captain Minko's, which was, it didn't go into enough scholarship. This particular book is advanced scholarship. Dealing with, Jocelyn Godwin, Godwin, Jocelyn Godwin. Anyway, it's called Arctos, A-R-K-T-O-S, Arctos, the polar myth. Anyway, in this book, it deals with what mythology that the people in Germany was dealing with. And a lot of that was the subterranean world. But this book is very good, a documentation on a lot of science, including the works of Blavatsky, Secret Doctrines. But I want to read something to you at this particular time, because I want to get into this branch of the lecture, because I want you to understand this particular information right now. Let me see if I can get this part. And what it says is, Blavatsky gave a synopsis. If I would have read this in the early 1990s, 1980s, I would have thought it would have been ultra racist. At this particular time, because I understand more about the evolvement and the evolution of our people, which is the spiritual transformation of our people, it's right on time. But let me explain this to you. The Theosophists has placed themselves and their Indian allies, the Aryans, well, right there they gave you the shit. Because she was talking about East India, who she was calling the Aryans, which means that the original Aryans were the fucking damn Dravidians, even more than the Eastern Indians you see now. at the vanguard of humanity. She said these Aryans are the Eastern Indians, so you just say that my well black Cushite. In the alliance with the highest superiority of the highest spiritual intellectuality. Ability. What this means is that whatever Hitler and them did, they miscalculated this woman's teachings, because this was surely talking about black people. Which classing, but this is the key now. What are they talking about? Look at this. Which classing the black, the yellow, and the red races as laggards who have passed their zenith hundreds of years ago. What do they mean by that? This is very spiritual. Surely if I'd have read somebody calling us laggards and say we passed our zenith hundreds of years ago, 5, 6 years ago, I say that's some racist shit. But I understand the metaphysical process on what's going on here. It's positive. And try to understand this. Let me draw you a diagram. What they mean is this, or what she meant was this. Understanding how the world works. Let's say this is a line. Not a straight one, but you get the point. This is where you are in the beginning. This is the scale, or the end scale of that particular plateau that you go to. This is the zenith point. Between Atlantis, Lemuria, ancient Egypt, ancient Samaria, ancient Greece, which was black, the Etruscans. I'm going to read you a prophecy of the Etruscans in a few minutes. The original ancient Rome was black, ancient India, ancient Australia. We did all of this till we got to the zenith point. When she said we were laggards because we passed the zenith point eons ago, she was right. What do they mean by that? In a cycle, if you are going from point A to point Z, you understand? If you stop right here and you have used up your zenith point, let's say that you went to the zenith point and somehow you got to this particular point right here. The key is not to somehow go back to this particular point in the way of going back back to this particular plateau of what you've already done. You have already used up that. And your particular point of just doing this particular A to Z was to get to another plateau. The key is not to actually go from A to Z and just say, I want to go back to ancient Egypt. It's to go to the next plateau. You understand what I'm saying? So it's to slide. You get it? Yep. The key is, once you are waiting in this way station, if you've reached your zenith, you become a laggard. Doesn't mean that you are somewhat inferior. It means that this particular plateau you have outgrown. It's like being stuck in a kindergarten class with a PhD mind. So after a while, you go into a state of senility, racial senility, senile, because this particular plateau does not give you the nourishment to get your evolution to God further. So as a result, you shut down and go into hibernation. You get it? Yep. It's a senile. You know, it's the same thing as an older person. He goes and he reaches his zenith point, and then what happens? He starts to die. He becomes senile. That's racial senility. It's not that he needs to go back to a baby. It means that he's got to go to the next plateau. You get it? The reason why white people function better than us because they are a younger race of people. And very young race at that. You see what I'm saying? Babies, infant stage. You see what I'm saying? Unfortunately, this plateau is the only shit they're going to ever get. So, what are we talking about here? We're saying this. This answers the age-old question that you know in your mind. Black people are fucked up. And black people ain't about shit. Now, let me go into this now. Let me tell you. I don't want you to get no ideas because we go on emotion and we don't process shit. That's the fucked up problem, because you see now, like an old goddamn person, you got to watch what you say around them motherfuckers. You understand? Because they don't have a brain to process nothing no more. So you got to treat them like a damn baby, just like a baby. Because in between, they have lost the ability to compute, to process. So shit got to be laid out with this and this, or this, which is a baby. Black people, especially the last 2 years, if you've noticed, have reached their worst condition. I guarantee you, other than the people in this room, 98% of black people you see got nothing virtue in them left, that you can see a certain energy that used to be the moral authority of all the world. Now all black people fucked up. Am I lying? Who gave you the most trouble? Who the most hard? But the Bible and the Quran and the Torah and even the esoteric, the Kabbalah, the Book of the Dead and all that prophesies that you would be a stiff-necked, hard-headed people. Now what do they mean? What am I getting to here? It had to come a point before you go to the other realm that the energy inside of you stopped working for you. Now let me explain this to you. Black people used to have a melanated energy inside of them that was partially manifest. It was enough energy inside of them that was pointed outwardly, and it would help the physical body do amazing tasks even in the most oppressive conditions. You understand? That's why you outshine the white man even in your slavery. That's because the energy inside of you helped you cope in the most enduring conditions. Provided you didn't have these enduring conditions and restrictions over you, you would be super people, even in the physical body. You get it? But somewhere about the last 2 years, right after the Siggy ceremony of the Dogon, the particular energy went inside of a doorway of most black people out here and became dormant. Instead of the energy pointing outward to help the physical body get through everyday life, the energy now is going inward so the physical body can decay even faster, because that soul now is rejecting the physical body because we cannot function in these bodies anymore, just as the ancient scriptures say that we need to throw off. It's right there even in the Bible. That's the whole thing about the mummy in Egypt. And then they have to come out of the mummy casings into the divine falcon. So in order for us to stop functioning in this particular part to get to the other plateau, the energy in the masses of the people shut down. And they're running off of raw spiritual energy now. Raw physical energy like the white man. Even worse. Because that's not our nature, so it does even worse for us. So now, a nigger is probably one of the worst things you can come in contact with. Get you upset, will steal from you, talk shit about you, and there ain't nothing virtuous. And more easy to be controlled by the devil now. Why is that? Because the energy now is rejecting the body, because the energy is time to go to the other plateau. Y'all getting this? You get it? Sure. Now, this is the key on this. Let's see this now, what I said. You have gone down to the shit level, the feces level, the dung level. But what is shit, dung, and feces? Fertilizer. From the rot, you get new growth. So it's inevitable that this hell, or this hull, had to become a rot, a deterioration of raw waste material, so you can get the new growth. So what you are seeing with black people all over the country, all over the world, all on TV, is a degeneration to the lowest form, which is not degeneration, it's transmutation, putrefaction, it goes to illumination. No, karma has nothing to do with it. I'm explain that to you in a few minutes. That's the white people bullshit. I'm explaining that to you in a few minutes. But it's alchemy. In alchemy, they have something called the negrito, the blackening stage, the cancellation stage, the spiritual rot before you get to the light stage, which which means the Hindus, or the, excuse me, not Hindus, but the yogis say that the body cannot materialize, or the body cannot ascend until the corpse has rotted completely, or the astral body still hangs around that corpse until it rots completely. So they would burn the body so a person can go up and reincarnate fast if they want that person to come back down fast enough so they can remember its past life, and they can go and work with it. The Egyptians did the opposite. They would mummify the body and fool the body, and somehow they had the knowledge to make the body ascend, and they could mummify the body, and the body would still think it was living down here, and therefore it didn't reincarnate, because they didn't want to reincarnate. So now, getting back to this, we're talking about alchemy. Alchemy is the lost language or the mysteries that the Afrocentric movement didn't know nothing about and couldn't allude to. But it's old in England and in Europe because of the Moors brought it up, which is nothing but the study of melanin and the real true study of the soul, which is the real true study of the soul. So when they say we were laggards, it just meant that we were senile for this plateau, which is the way it's supposed to be. You all getting this? We're talking quantum now, and we're talking going to another realm.
But are we reaping what we sowed in the first?
No, that's bullshit. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Before about they had this cloud coming down on them because they created it because.
Yeah, let me explain this. Let me explain this to you. That was talking about white people. Let me explain this. About karma. The karma thing in the ancient scriptures, see there's two things that's going on here. You got ancient scriptures that talk about it's not a karma than it was when we were living in the physical and was young in the physical, we had already fallen. And we was playing out a series of eons of a divine hibernation. The religions come, and in religions you got original sin. You always got something blaming you for being down here. That has nothing to do with ancient mystical systems. You were God in transition. Part of the yogi system was that man raised himself to God. But somewhere there was a religion in yogiism or Buddhism that came in and started talking about karma as the same as the Christian talk about sin. That has nothing to do with the original gnosis. It's a matter of a hibernation. You see Osiris stretched out? He's been in hibernation ever since, in a series of eons before the soul rebirth. It's like a damn seed in part. You might think it's a couple of thousand years, but it's only like been 2 days, maximum, on the God realm. When you get to Jason and the Argonauts, they'll say, yeah. They say, well, it's only been a couple of hours to us, but it's been 20 years for young Jason. I mean, they talking in a conversation, the motherfucker a baby. They get through it a few damn minutes. They look down, it's 20 years, he already grown up. So there's no such thing as space and time in quantum physics. So the karma thing and this whole thing about we were being punished for something, that's religion. That got nothing to do with the ancient cycle of what really happened. That only came about 2,000 years ago. And even the karma thing that they're talking about is because we don't understand that they even had a exoteric form of religion that's meshed in with their ancient mystery system in India. We think this karma shit, that's all false. And basically, it's actually talking about eons of hibernation, basically what this stuff is talking about. There's either greater mission to explain this stuff. We'll get into that also in question and answer. The stuff that I'm talking about here is a process that the soul takes. And the process the soul takes before it illuminates totally is this particular realm has to rot. And what you're seeing with the behavior of black people is our souls are actually rejecting the body. At one time, the soul said we got a certain amount of eons to be here, based on the process of things. So we transmit out for the body to be able to function at the best ability in the physical. And that's all the greatness you see that black people do. and have done. But some point when the soul is saying, now this particular stage is over, so I cannot prolong the production of the physical, so what I have to do is I have to go in totally and withdraw in the dormant seed, and the body starts to decay. So when you see in human behavior, it's actually a decaying, which is positive. A spiritual rot, a shit. But what is a shit? Dung. The beetle, the scarab, rises up out of the dung. You see? And that's what's actually happening right now. What's actually going on right now in this. So when she said about the laggards, I get it now. In the particular Blavatsky part. Now look at this. In this book, same shit to kill up a lot of white people. She mentions J.R.R. Tolkien's Silmarillion, which is one of his books talking about the ancient race of black men. They came in, I told you yesterday, they came in and said, here, put this shit in the fantasy section and science fiction section, and the niggas won't even touch it, because niggas has got brain problems now. They want to prove to the white man that they goddamn intellectual, so they want to do shit what the college say do shit. So you ain't gonna come, and you wouldn't dare come up to the goddamn white man and say, oh, I got the shit out of J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, Silmarillion. He knows where the shit is because he put it there. You see what I'm saying? But he got to jump on your ass because he know you inferior. You want to tell a motherfucker about Diop, which is obsolete now. You can't do shit with it. Because, yes, he did his work to prove to us that this shit was black, and his work was good to a certain stage. And that's for beginners. Just got to get to that particular point. But hell, you can't even use that shit in the metaphysics now. You see what I'm saying? You can't even use that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can keep on because, see, what's happened with the Afrocentric movement, the ones that's left, they done made the shit out of a religion. They're still talking about the same old shit that Clark and all them laid down. And you're supposed to keep on because knowledge is infinite. And they can't perceive greater mysteries, which I told you about. The mythology is physics. The moment John Anthony West came up in the late 1980s and said the mythology is physics, as well as Eric Van Daniken, the niggas should have said, hell, we believe what the fuck we want to believe because we know the cracker got a game on us at all the time. And we don't never want to use his laws to perceive shit. When he can take this book, J.R.R. Tolkien, and that shit I showed you the appendix in this thing yesterday, and the ancient writings and the chronology. He's sitting back laughing at niggas, and we think we educated. You see? J.R.R. Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, this is volume 3. And this is how they got the jump. And that's why I say I met two white people in high school in 9th grade, know more damn about our knowledge and know more about the real shit than the average nigga walking around here with a motherfucking suit and tie on. Because they read this. Go get the never-ending story, and when he walk in the bookstore and the little boy start rattling off all the books he read. Why did he rattle off the books he read? He said, I read Lord of the Rings, because that was the stuff that the Europeans say, put in the books, and we're going to let all our people read this, and the niggas will have to go and get validated and get some fake shit out of college. Or some African Egypt starting 3,000 fucking years ago. Yet the goddamn Sphinx is 9,000 years. And that's what they dated it to. It's over 2 million years old, and as well as the Giza Plateau and the damn pyramids. But we think on a fucking white person level what he tells us. Because when the white man don't say it, I gotta have proof. What the fuck? This is a goddamn liar. This is a damn liar. And yet you want to have proof because really you want to tell him off. You don't want to tell the truth and go in your own self and tap into their Cosmic records. So that's what the deal is. Now, going back to this particular science, we got to understand this. I'm proposing this. What you need to do, also in this book they mentioned that Hitler and them was reading H.P. Lovecraft's Necronomicon. The Necronomicon and the Cthulhu mythos, all that stuff. I'm proposing this. If Europe by whipping their ass, putting them back into the Stone Ages in the 1930s and the 1940s. It came out of the 30s. The combination was the late 30s, early 40s. So you got a cycle, 30s, 60s, 90s. Which this is the shit. This is it right here. I'm telling you that if you follow the timeline of Adolf Hitler, and he is the Antichrist for white people because they hate him so much, and he did what he did in the physical, if you follow the timeline and line shit up, you will find out that in the 1990s, the same transformation that went on in the 1930s. In the 1990s, it's got to be the opposite. It's got to be the spiritual. And you can line up shit with the rise of the Third Reich and Adolf Hitler. That's why the cracker keep telling you they done took all the antichrists of the world, all the shit they done killed in the world, and they pinned it on one man. 3 people. Napoleon, Hitler, and some Christ figure that's coming to kill their ass, they call him the damn Antichrist. You see what I'm saying? So that's the key about this Hitler thing. You just line up the doggone rise of the damn Third Reich and transfer and line that up with the 90s, and you got it. And you got it. You got it. Now let's go into the greater mysteries of the Holy Kabbalah. The Holy Kabbalah comes out of Atlantis. All this stuff comes out. The Gautier system. And in the temple of Komombo, you'll see the Kabbalah, the tree of life, on the temple of Komombo in Egypt, which means that the Hebrew shit was Egyptian, Ethiopian branch. And the Kabbalah, even in the book of the Dead, they'll talk about the gods who exist upon the tree of Ra. The tree of Ra in Hebrew is called the ladder of lights, and the ladder of lights is the Holy Kabbalah, the sephras being lights or wheels, which is also deal with the chakras and also DNA and all the other type stuff, which is actually levels of melanin is what the shit is really talking about, the autonomy of the body of God. So, in the greater mysteries of the Kabbalah, the burning bush that you talk about, that they talk about, that he got the wisdom from the burning bush, Moses, that's the Kabbalah. And the wisdom was coming from that high priest of ancient Egypt, was coming from inside out. So when they say he went to see God on the burning bush, it means that he got to the level of his own tree of life, which is the body, where he could tap into the Akashic records. You see what I'm saying? And this is a mythological story before they changed it and took the Akashic records, which was actually the negative confessions, and he made 10 of those 10 commandments and shit. That's later on. That's 700 years after Moses and Akhenaten died. Bondage in Egypt is metaphysical for bondage in the body. A lot of these mythological things explaining the physical condition and the spiritual condition of the ancient people. Later on turned into history. Has nothing to do with history. Moses equals Tahuti and the Kundalini. And the Kundalini. The snake tells the rise of the serpent. They talk about the snake. And they talk about Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness. That's talking about nothing but you raising up the Kundalini in the wilderness also too. The black people coming out of Egypt was in fact black people coming out of bondage, but the physical Egypt that they're talking about, because we know there was never any slavery in Egypt, is America. Is America. We know that. In the Jewish tradition later on, it became Rome. See, this is what happened. You got to understand. They always are talking about eschatology, stuff that's going to happen in the future. But to teach to the greater majority, they have to give the people material in which they can identify at that time. So if they're talking about a futuristic place far off that is America, if they get into a struggle with Egypt, they'll use Egypt as that physical place far off in the future. Later on, it changed into Rome. Although Rome was a really terrifying place by the time the beast was ruling it. But the Rome that they talk about, that Rome will fall in the Kabbalah, is America. You got to understand that. Let's deal with some stuff. This is a book here called Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism. Anytime you see Jewish mysticism or Arno Posey, this has nothing, ain't got shit to do with the Jews, the white Jews. Major trends in Jewish mysticism is the stuff that was given to them by the Moors in Spain when they was converted into Judaism off the coast of 13 tribes. They gave them a mystical system. Listen, you got to understand, you got to go and understand history. You got to understand how the European system is set up. The Moors are ruling Spain for 700 years. So you go to school. After you learn how to wash, then how to speak, how to read, and how to write, and learn your history, in the college part, what happens is, instead of you being initiated into Greek fraternities, you went into the York Rite, the Scottish Rites, the Knight Templars. Well, the Jews, who was also being trained, who decided that they didn't want to convert to Christianity or Islam, converted into the white people. White Europeans converted into Judaism. So therefore, they had to be taught Jewish mysticism outside of the Torah. So Moses D. Leon, which is actually a Moor, wrote the Kabbalah in Spain. So that's in it. That's a fuck up everything they got now when they say Spain. Because you get the history of the Kabbalah, they'll say Spain. You know that shit is Moorish. Anytime you hear Spain. So they wrote the Kabbalah for the mystical stuff. So the mystical trends is the stuff that was handed down from Spain, which is all black, which is the priesthood, and they got their hands on it, which the Lubavitcher Jews study now. So this particular book, Arno Posey, gives you these mystical trends, the mystical traditions, mystical trends in Judaism. P-O-S-Y, that's Posey or Posse, whatever, Posey, or Posey or whatever. This particular book, now I'm going to show you something. The Messiah in Judaism is Metatron. This is another book, Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism by Gershom Scholem, very advanced, real scholarly book. He's like the biggest author ever came out of Tel Aviv, studying our shit. Died in 1982. This is the top white boy Jew. Top shit. Top shit. He wrote this one, Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, Messianic Idea in Judaism. He who knows one book knows none. You can't get this, so if you just study just ancient Egypt, you just studying a fragment. Because all those systems are fragments, so you got to study every goddamn thing. That's one thing you say about me. I study everything. That's how we get results. Because I know I study all the damn shit. Sufism, Kabbalistic, Judaism, all the shit. Because all that was black. See, we can't fuck around and say, I'm not messing with that. That's Judaism. I'm an Egyptian now. That's giving one of your ancient mystery systems to some cracker that didn't even invent it. When you can say, oh, we can trace the Judaism stuff back to Ethiopian. So, goddammit, this is Ethiopian mysticism. So you crazy as hell not to study this. I ain't studying that. We ain't talking about no doggone Islam or no Torah, but study the Sufi tradition. We talking about esoteric. So this is beyond what we call basic, regular little bullshit scholarship or some old fucking ASCAT conference or some other bullshit. Them motherfuckers don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And I challenge all of them on this shit here. You see, this is metaphysical. So what it was is like Richard King said, Richard King say, hey, Richard King say, man, them motherfuckers don't know that shit. He said, I knew it. That's how I tapped into melanin. Remember, I came up through Muhammad. So even though when I went into these universities, I started studying all this shit, I'm telling you, there's some secret books that 3 people got. A nigga in Detroit, I got a set of them shits, and Richard King got a set of them. But what I'm trying to say is, that regular little old shit, that little George G.M. James stuff, if you look in the back of George G.M. James' book, he references the Kabbalion by the 3 initiates, which is Hermetic philosophy, which is the doggone rule book to try to understand the first stages of metaphysics. The Kabbalion. Get it? K-A-B-L-O-N. K-A-B, what is it? Oh, that's it. K-E-Y. Oh, okay. Kabbalion. K-Y. They don't ask me how to spell. K-Y. What is it? B-A-L-L-I-O-N. L-I-O-N. Okay. Kabbalion, whatever. It's by the 3 initiates. Little small book. Now, if you look in the back of George G.M. James' book, he referenced that. You see what I'm saying? He referenced that. Now, I was in Dr. Ben's mystery system. This got past his ass. He said George G.M. James was in the mystery system. Dr. Ben didn't know shit about no damn Kabbalion. I ain't never heard shit about no Kabbalion, no Dr. Ben. Now, I was in that stuff. I ain't never heard none of them niggas talk about no Kabbalion, no Kabbalah, none of that stuff. You see what I'm saying? They are historians' history. And it's bad history at that. So, in this particular part, we're going to go into the Jewish mysticism. I was part of ASCAC, but what I'm trying to say is that was early teachings. I was a part of ASCAC, I was a part of all that. But that was early teachings. You don't supposed to stick around in that shit. What was supposed to happen is the ASCAC people told them, ASCAC said it. They say, look, we're going to do this thing for 10 years and we're going to break it out to the public. But what the people were supposed to do, you supposed to join the shit and go and do your own damn research and further and build the organization up. You didn't supposed to goddamn start following Dr. Ben and them motherfuckers because they went blind. You going to bring the shit into a goddamn cult now. You follow their ass. That's why Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark said, goddamn it, you all supposed to be doing fucking research. But see, we got to follow some damn body all the time because we want to damn substitute some shit for some Baptist church. What we were supposed to do out and say, I'm going to advance this, they gave you the rudiments. It's the rudiments. It's not for you to put on no African suit and walk around and look at the niggas out on the damn street and you don't know shit about how the world works. You see what I'm saying? But yet talking about the mystery system all the damn time. This is the mystery system. But because we so rooted in ego and intellectualism, when the shit is right before our eyes, we don't know what the hell it is. Because like Chris Rock said, nigga, love not to know. I don't know that shit, nigga. Keeping it real. Now, let's go into this particular part. Metatron. That's in Egypt, that's Metu, which means word. Ra, or time. Word of the sun in Sirius. Word of the sun in Sirius. Metara, or time. Which in Hebrew is Metatron. Remember now, Moses came out of the mystery system. This is the Ethiopian language. Get the Moses mystery. By, what's that Jew name? They even coming out with the shit now. Gary Greenberg, Moses mystery. Or if you can find it, Ahmed Osman.
They don't have.
Which one?
The Moses, but no one finds.
You can't find it?
No. Somebody said that you can get it.
Yeah, somebody just told me they saw it all over now. Moses mystery. Ahmed, get the other one, by the African. Ahmed Osman. Ahmed Osman. Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt. Or, you can somehow get a hold of my tape, Moses and Akhenaten one and the same, which I also accessed some stuff back in 1994. Now let's deal with this. Let's deal with some with this. Which one? This is major trends in Jewish mysticism. Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt. Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt. But this is the one, this one is very scholarly. This one breaks it down. I want to read something to you here. Look at this. This is talking about Metatron, the Messiah, which is a form of Heru, Hebrew form of Heru. See, the Christians, you know, see, that's why they couldn't run this shit on the Jews about Jesus Christ. The Jews were a much more advanced mystery system, came out of Egypt. You couldn't tell them no shit about some motherfucker come down here talking about he Christ and then get killed. That ain't the Christ. When the Christ supposed to come, he's supposed to take the beast out. That's world mythology. Not come down this motherfucker and drag no cross to no cavalry and get his ass strung up with some nails. He let some damn nails kill him. I wouldn't follow that motherfucker to the bathroom. You supposed to be the son of God. And let some fucking nails kill your ass. Shit, they got niggas in India put nails through their fucking dicks. You seen that shit? Take a nail and put through their balls. And this motherfucker let a nail kill him on the cross in his hands. You believe that damn bullshit story that wrote by Roman scholars if you want to. You better recognize.
They doing it on South Street right there.
They gonna die.
Put nails through them.
Put nails through their balls. Nails through their tongue. And this motherfucker put one through his hand and died. And I supposed to follow that motherfucker somewhere? Shit. Had that nigga working on my farm. Now, you believe that? Now, let's go. Let's see. The people, now this is Jewish mysticism, which is ancient Ethiopian mysticism. Unfortunate now, you meet any Ethiopian. If anybody in the world that don't know nothing about Ethiopian is a modern-day Ethiopian. Them motherfuckers don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. All they don't want to know is they don't want to be around nobody but their kind. They don't know nothing. I ain't never seen nobody just don't know nothing. They don't even know about Haile Selassie. They don't even know that. Don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. The people always bitterly disappointed in the messiahs, it says, arose from time to time, but their faith was in a messiah never lessened. So what they mean is even in the Jewish tradition, they used to have these many messiahs that would rise up and then they'd get killed. But the faith never lessened. It says these things became stronger and stronger. Was their hope that a Messiah would come and bring them to redemption. The belief rate reached its culmination in the Spanish expulsion, which is bullshit because he's writing about that type of thing. But then again, on the other hand, he's double talking. Because the Spanish expulsion he was talking about was some Moors other than these white Jews. Although they were kicked out, he's talking about some Moors. They double talk. Now I want to show you this particular part. The point I want to read in this particular part is about Metatron. About Metatron. Check this out. Who is the mystical Messiah? Basically, I can paraphrase it because yeah. Let me see if this is it. What it says is this. It says that in the days that man fell from God, which is talking about not falling, but started descending into this gross physical that we're in now. God always remembered them, and he sent Metatron along with them. Metatron is another word for the melanin inside of you. And this Metatron followed Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. El meaning star, star David, sun, the star Sirius. He followed them throughout their exiles and throughout their tribulation, which means that the spiritual force that's inside of you followed you. Your higher self, Metatron, the crown chakra. And it followed them throughout their exiles. And one day, this same Metatron will rise up out of them. And even though they went through tribulation, Metatron went through tribulation. Well, people reading literally will think there was an angel that was around. It's talking about the inwardly, and the spirit that they put up in you is called Metatron. Now, this is one of the keys. They say, but one day Metatron would help them throw off the bondage, which is skin, which is sin, which is the skin. It's called the shell in the Kabbalah. And raised to illumination, because a Metatron is the light angel, would be a Batala in Yoruba. Christos in Greece, which is Apollo. Heru in Egypt. Now, in Egypt. Now this is the point in which they say, which you noted, this ain't talking about no white man material here. And it says this: Metatron showed Zerubbabel a stone figure of a woman, and said, no, that Satan will lie with this woman, and their union will be born a great wicked one, Armilus, Armilius. This son of the evil one and his stone figure will be a terrible in appearance. Then they tell you who this person is. Hairy all over with red hair, and will be 12 cubits high, and his arms will reach down to his ankles. Who the hell is that? That's the white man. Red hair, hairy all over. No one will be able to withstand Amilbus, and he will conquer the whole world. Well, who the hell they talking about? The cracker. And will slay Messiah ben Joseph. Messiah ben Joseph is you. You are the Messiah, but you're the son of Joseph, which means you're a Messiah in a physical body. And he will kill your ass because you got a physical body, which is not permanent. So he will slay Messiah ben Joseph, and will again disperse and scatter the sons of Israel all over the whole earth. Now who the hell is that but us? You see what I'm saying? When Messiah ben Joseph is slain, his staff will by God's command pass into the hands of Hepzibah, who is the mother of the Messiah ben David. Messiah ben David is the higher Messiah, the son of David, which is the star, Sirius, the star of David. Horus, Harmachis, Horus of the star, Horus of the horizon. And this name, and this is the same miraculous staff that was given to Moses in the Red Sea. The staff is, when they kill you, they kill the physical body. But your spiritual nature keeps reincarnating on and on so it can go into the right generation, which is the rod of the staff, which is your kundalini energy that parted the Red Sea. The Red Sea is all your organs in your body, and the kundalini parts that to get to the damn promised land, which is Jerusalem, Heru Salam, Heru in peace, Heru, which is the soul, which is the black dot, which is melanin. You see, which is the black dot. But it says that no one will be able to withstand a Milbus. That's in this book, Mystic Trends in Judaism. But soon as you start thinking this the cracker shit, the whole scripture don't become yours no more. It's energy. Read it. It's yours. They just copying you. They just became the custodians and copying your shit and benefiting off your stuff. You see, that's what the deal is on this on that particular science right now. Now, man is the perfecting agent of God. What do I mean by that? The perfecting agent of God. Because the sister asked me a question the other day, how does this thing work? Let me explain this to you. I thought I explained it, but let me give you some information. This is the Kabbalah by Gershom Schreuler. This is the head cracker from Tel Aviv who accessed the scripture. They tell you that in each discipline, esoteric disciplines, Kabbalah, Sufism, they always have somebody come in and he could access shit better than the other crackers. So in Sufism, which is esoteric Islam, they got a guy called Henry Corbin. In Judaism, this cat here was the top man that died in 1982, Gershom Schreuler. So in this particular book, this is his book called Kabbalah. He has several books out, but this is the one just plainly called Kabbalah by Gershom Schreuler. And this is what it says, and this is explaining the whole thing between the God and the man situation, which I thought was profound. It says, at opposite poles, both man and God encompasses their own beings of entire cosmos, which means you got a whole universe inside of you. That's what rests inside the melanin, because in Blavatsky, or in the Hindu or the yoga system, they call the ether, or the blackness of space, they call it Akash. Then they'll say, you can tap into the Akashic records. of the Akashic records, which means it's melanin. You see? So your whole universe is inside of you, as it says here, at opposite poles, which means microcosm, macrocosm. It says, however, whereas God contains all virtue of being, its creator and its initiator, in whom everything is rooted, all potentiality is hidden. Man's role is to complete this process by being the agent through whom the powers of the creation is fully achieved and made manifest. You get that? It says that God is this power, but it's like a vast reservoir. You understand? The man is the perfecting agent sent out by God to achieve God's power. You see what I'm saying? Perfecting agent. You see, you could be a syndicate, but unless you get the right fucking hitman, you're going to keep on trying to find the hitman to do the job. Check. This is on page 152 in the book. So they say man is the one that will make God's powers fully manifest. In this case, i.e. the black man, black woman. That exists similarity in God unfolds and develops in man. That what exists similarity in God, in God, whatever that is, unfolds and develops in man. So it's like a process, you understand? In man. Not for you to go back and worship the damn God and be obedient and he waiting on your motherfucking ass to jump bad so you can get the shit, his plan, off the damn blackboard. You see what I'm saying? That's like me sending out the hitman and the hitman start worshiping me, you understand what I'm saying, to raise his ass up. All he got to do is hit his main objective, the target. And if you ever look at a target in the middle, it's the same black dot or the same scenario. Hit your target. You get it? Now, it says the key formulations in this outlook can already be found in the Kabbalah or the Zohar that I talked about at that time. Man is the perfecting agent in the structure of the cosmos, like all other created beings, only even more so that he is composed of all 10 sephiras. Which you know the sephira is those wheels on the Kabbalah, and all spiritual things. That means it's all in the melanin and in the autonomy of the body of God, the astral body. This is the spirit, the supernal principles that constitute and attributes the Godhead. Anytime you hear the word Godhead, that's melanin. The forces of the sephiras are reflected in him. And he is also the transformer. You are. And through his own life and deeds amplifies these forces to the highest level of manifestation and redirects them into the original source, to whose Neoplatonic formula. See, now the white boys know that you don't know what the fuck Neoplatonic is. Neoplatonism is Greek, a Greek lesson that comes out of Hermeticism. And Hermeticism is the study of alchemy and melanin. And Neoplatonism is a study of alchemy and melanin. So there you have it in the damn book. But the cracker can put the shit up in here because he know that you don't know what the fuck words are. Anytime he'll say Hermeticism or Neoplatonism, you'll think it's a mystical philosophy. It simply means melanin. And saying if you ain't got this shit, you ain't the chosen people. You see what I'm saying? Look, let me read this again so you'll be sure on what he's saying here. But see, that's how they do things. They do things, and they talk. They are masters of the language. So they say things, and they know you won't get it. You will still think it's a discipline. Neoplatonic don't suppose to have nothing to do with damn Hebrew. But yet he got it up in here because he's telling you in the esoteric world it's all one discipline. Got it? Same shit. Read that thing again. To use At first it says the highest level of manifestation is the original source. To use the Neoplatonic formula, that's melanin, formula. The process that creation involves the departure of all forms of one and its return to the one. A crucial turning point in the cycle that takes place within man. At the moment that he begins to develop the awareness of his own true essence, remember I talked about essence? That's melanin. And yearns to retrace the path from the multiplicity of his nature to the oneness from which he originated. You see what I'm saying? He originated. So what it's talking about here, it basically said that man he is the perfecting agent of God, but he has a Neoplatonic formula which is God, which is melanin. But see, which is melanin. And these crackers do it all the time, but see, if you know the terminology, you know the motherfucker, everything goes back to melanin. Everything, especially in the occult. That's why I don't deal with the other shit, because it ain't gonna give you nothing. So Ivan Van Sertima can come up and say, it's ludicrous to think that you are better than a person because of melanin. Well, motherfucker, you studied history, and the wrong shit at that. Go into the esoteric doctrine and try to understand what the shit is. Everything is melanin. Everything is melanin in the esoteric doctrines. So it just depends on what the cracker done gave your ass. You see what I'm saying? Check. Okay. All right. Let's deal with this part. The manifestation of God manifested in the real man. I just did that. Rome in here, in this particular book, the mystic trends in Judaism, they're going to be talking about Rome. What is spiritual to Egypt or to Judaism is evil when we talk about Rome. That's America in here. Because it's eschatology. It wasn't talking about back then. It's talking about now. You see what I'm saying? So anytime you hear the word Rome in this particular book, it's America. You see what I'm saying? It's America. And all of them talk about a magical child or the golden child. Go get the movie The Golden Child and the magical child. Now what the fuck is that? The magical child is Harpocrates. Harpocrates represents melanin inside of you. I told you that melanin, the composites yesterday of melanin is gold. Because melanin inside the body, once it hits the air, it turns to gold, the most precious substance, because the most precious substance of gold is in the same most precious substance of melanin. Boy, and you study alchemy. You see what I'm saying? Boy, and you study alchemy. The transmigration of base metals to gold. The base metals are throughout your whole body. So when they say magical child or golden child, which is Eddie Murphy, the golden child, that's fucking melanin. Who the golden child? Check. The child is on the inside of you. You see. Nephthys, Isis combined creates Mayat. This is another system. Isis or Aset, Nephthys or Nephthys. Isis is manifest. Nephthys is the black, pure black, unmanifest, which is your inner self. Aset is your outer self. Combined, you get Mayat and you grow wings. You grow wings. Also, now I'm gonna go into some of this stuff because I'm gonna show you something here, so you won't miss this. Y'all all right? Don't confuse this with Christianity. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Christianity was copied from something called Gnosticism. This particular book coming from the Gospel of Thomas. You can get this book, the Gospel of Thomas. This particular book on the Gospel of Thomas is talking about what Jesus said. It's not talking about a historical Jesus. They both got Paul and Matthew and a group of writers Rome commissioned to write a historical thing, and they used these scriptures to do it, destroyed these scriptures, and killed off the people that they stole a religion from until these scriptures was uncovered in 1945. But I want to read some stuff in here to show you that this particular stuff here and what it's dealing with, and it's metaphysical. It's metaphysical. First of all, it deals with what we're going through right now. Because we have questions, and you notice the more you go into knowledge, the more and more you start being upset about things around you because you see the contradictions. You see the contradictions. Now this is what it says. here, it says in the Gospel of Thomas, followers asked and said to him, do you want us to fast? They said, do you want us to fast? First of all, I want to read this first one. Hold on 1 minute before I get to that one. I want to read this one. It's, let's see if I can find this first one right here. Bear with me. Said, however, so it said, here it is. Jesus said, now remember this Jesus here ain't got nothing to do with what you call, this is the Coptic Horus or Heru. And it says, Jesus said, let one who seeks not stop seeking until he finds. When he finds, one will be troubled, which means once you find knowledge, you will be troubled. You see, and that's true. Then it says, when one is troubled, one will marvel. Say, when one is troubled, one will marvel and will rule over all, which means the time that you start feeling troubled or upset about this thing, they say start marveling, because that means you could rule over all. Because what it means is that the niggas around here that's happy in this society, the crack of love, that means that ain't no agitation. So therefore, he feels that he still got a shot at it. It's always the rebel. And it's called A Rebel in the Soul. There's a book called Beaker Reed's Rebel in the Soul and all. Dealing with that, the divine rebel. Now, his followers said to him, this is what his followers said to him, do you want us to fast? Should we pray? Or should we give charity? Or what diet should we observe? And Jesus said, now remember now, I kind of don't like that word now because the Christians done fucked that up. This is Coptic Jesus, which is Horus. And Jesus said, do not lie. I'll change it to Horus this time, just so you get the picture. But the Jesus they're talking about, that word is not original Christian. Jesus said, do not lie. Do not do what you hate. Because these things are disclosed before heaven. He says, for nothing that will be hidden will remain veiled. There is nothing covered that will remain undisclosed. And then it's this undisclosed. And this is what he says. He says, fortunate is the lion that is eaten by the human. Then the lion becomes human. Foul is the human that is eaten by the lion. And then the lion will still become human. And what they mean by that is, hell, you the God, you better eat that mug, then the motherfucker eats you. You see what I'm saying? And basically that's what that's talking. I want to give you a few scriptures to let you know that this particular book. But see, the thing about it, when they unleash these scriptures, it scared the shit out of them. So they say, wait a minute, hold on. They call in Christian scholars, they say, look, this thing is going to blow the damn lid off of Christianity. Because it's saying everything that Christianity says do, this shit is saying doing the opposite. And they say this, we look at it and the stuff is more advanced than Christianity. So they went from 1945 to 1977 until they had the Christian authors to come in and translate it. And although the translation is there, the commentary is pro-Christian. See what I'm saying? That's the key. You see, that's the key. Now I want to read this particular part right here. I want to read this particular part right here. Jesus said, perhaps the people that I have come to impose peace upon the world. No, Jesus said the people say that I have come to impose peace upon the world. They do not know what I have come to, but I have come to impose conflicts upon the earth, the fire and the sword of war. For there will be 5 in a house, and there will be 3 against 2, and 2 against 3, and father against son, and father and son against father, and they will all stand alone. So what he's talking about is, look for destruction even amongst our own people. But I came to destroy. And all this old love bullshit is bullshit. That's what the white people are talking about. Somebody loving them and all this type of stuff here. Right. So the followers said to Horus, or Jesus, tell us, what will the end be like? And Jesus said, have you discovered the beginning? And then and he said, so you are seeking the end. For where the beginning is, the end will be. Fortunate is one who stands in the beginning, that one will know the end and will not taste death. And what that means is, what you're doing right now, rediscovering your ancient knowledge, is the beginning. And that's that is the beginning. In the same way you feel, like I said last time, the same way you feel about this knowledge and how great it is, magnify that 60 billion times of the beginning on how this shit is going to come out. You see what I'm saying? A few more passages from this type of thing right now. The follower said, tell us what heaven is like. And he said to them, heaven is like a mustard seed. It is the smallest of all seeds. Remember I was talking about that yesterday? But when the seeds are parched, and when the seeds fall on prepared soil, which is melanin, that's what the prepared soil is, melanin. It produces a large plant and becomes a shelter for the whole heaven. You see what I'm saying? Prepared soil. When they talk about this stuff is metaphysical, and it's talking about actually melanin. The other thing is Mary said, what are the followers like? And he said, the followers are like little children living in a field and it's not theirs. The owners come and tell them to get the hell out of the field, basically, and give the field back to us. And they take off their clothes in front of them and give the field back to them and return the field back to the owners. Why? Because they know that this is only a hibernation part. Same as the Christian talking about, oh, this is not my home and shit is passing through and all that type of thing. So the point, this is a very caption that we need to talk about, because what has happened is in all cultural movements that we're dealing with now, somebody want to go back and somebody want to get land or somebody want to get some shit so somebody can live like a goddamn pharaoh or whatever kind of shit, and the nigga can't even plunge a goddamn toilet the right way, let alone live on fucking land by his damn self. That's some bullshit. Now, I'm not trying to say, somebody say, oh, you wrong. You trying to destroy the human possibility of black people. No, black people ain't human. Black people are gods. Kim means stars. Remember we talked about that? Kim means stars. That's translated in Burgess Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Kim means stars. So we're talking about another plateau that we're talking about right now. And all. A few more things right now. This particular part right here I want to get before I go into whatever. And then we're going to go into a question and answer also too, while we got some the stuff that's still hot on the mind. We got to do that too. Jesus said that the Pharisees and the scribes have taken the keys of knowledge and hidden them. It's very key right now because it's bearing witness. And hidden them. And they have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to do so. For you, and it says, for as you shrewd as snakes and innocent as doves. Now what it means is this here. It's literally telling you that there's the cracker has taken and gotten all this fucking knowledge and hidden it. And when he hid it, they said that he couldn't enter into the kingdom with all the knowledge he had. So in 1995, they started putting out all this metaphysical knowledge because they said, we got to get some fresh minds. And even if we make it available to black people will go to the length to think that believe that we all one people, we can even get their secrets and stuff like that and all. We can even get their secrets. But they say that they haven't entered, nor they have tried to let people that do so by hiding the actual knowledge. You see what I'm saying? But the knowledge they're talking about, we said to hide the knowledge, and yes, they did hide the first of the historical knowledge, but that's not the knowledge they're talking about. They're talking about advanced metaphysical knowledge. The knowledge that even brought us some stuff called melanin. There's some books called the Black Gnostic Studies that even Richard King is dealing with. That's basically out of print. This basically out of print. So now I just want to show that particular stuff right now to you. Here's a part about the Jews, the white Jews, and this is what it says. It says, he said to them, who are you that say that say these things to us? And this is what it says. Look at this. It says, you do not know who I am, what I said to you. Rather, you have become like the Jewish people, for they love the tree but hate the fruit, which means they love the actual knowledge, but they hate the fruit that it bears, because the fruit that it bears is the black man and black woman, you see. And they love the fruit, but hate the tree, which means that in actuality, even if they doggone like black people, they don't want to hear no history of black people being great. Now that sums up the white man's knowledge, period. Because one thing, they'll love the knowledge, but they won't like you. The other thing, they might like you, but they'll always say, oh, forget about all that old shit. Because why is it every time we start talking about the old shit, it reveals to them being the damn devil? So these are profound sayings in the Gospel of Thomas, but this is different. This stuff was dug up in 1945 in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, and it took them all the way to 1977 to release the shit. You see what I'm saying? To release it, because it has nothing to do with what's going. This is coming from the Coptic Egyptians, which in actuality, this was the last scripture that came out of the temple of Isis at Philae, before they closed that, before Justinian and Justinian and them closed the last temple. These are the things they had transferred it into Coptic, because they knew later on that people wouldn't be able to understand ancient Kemetic stuff. So they did a later day version of the Egyptian stuff, which is Coptic. You see what I'm saying? Which is actually Coptic. Now I want to put that out at this particular time. So now let's go on to some other mysteries right now, so we can end this stuff up at the particular time right now. Y'all all right? Okay. The word Goliath killing the giant, being killed with a stone from David. David, the Star of David is Sirius. David is another Hebrew word for Horus, or Heru, David. See, they have different versions. The mythology have different versions. So there's different versions and stuff. David is Heru. It was mythological when the Ethiopians had it. But later on, when the people went into doggone nomadic type of wandering and stuff, they made it historical, about 700 years after the death of Akhenaten and Moses. But David is Horus, and he slew Goliath with his Horus is your Christ energy. He slew Goliath, which is the greater land of bondage, with a stone. The stone is called what? In alchemy, it's called what? The philosopher's stone. And the philosopher's stone is what? Melanin. The most precious stone. So to slew Goliath with a stone is talking about the pineal gland, or actually melanin. And these are the metaphysical stuff in esoteric Hebrewism, which is Kabbalistic but also Hebrew mythology. So we want to get into a lot of stuff to show you that all of this particular stuff was major systems before it became major mundane world religions or some damn bullshit that don't make no sense. You see what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. That's why I said the kind of alchemy they're talking about in alchemy. Alchemy is supposed to be making the base metals, mainly lead, into gold. The lead in alchemy is called the Saturnian lead, Saturn, which they say the Kaaba comes from Saturn. It's a metaphysical thing because it's talking about pure melanin. You know, the white boy stole a piece of the Kaaba in the early, in like 1900s, and did it with pure carbon, which is melanin. And so the Saturnian lead is talking about, or Saturn is talking about melanin. So their book, New Look at the Old Devil, Saturn, and they deal with astrology and all, but they also put a little bit of stuff in there about melanin. It's base metals into gold, which is Saturnian lead. You need to change it. Yeah, I want you to change that right now. And this is by Gerald J. Schuster. S-C-H-U. I'm getting E-L-E-R. S-E-H-S-C-H-U-L-E-R. Magic is called. What happened was, John Dees and a guy named Edward Kelly, the first, used to have some astrologers and shit. So when she came to the strong city, even in the Elizabethan age, which was damn the 19th century, people there, devil worship and all that. So because she came to the throne, accept this particular black art, which is the mysteries of Isis, and so when she came to the throne, she gave them free reign and access. So there was a guy that talks about this stuff, John Dees, and Edward Kelly said, hey, let's which is old, you know, the British Museum was already in the 19th century. Cathedrals and stuff of the Moors, and we accessed the stuff. And she was like, oh, shoot, niggas and all that shit anyway. All of shit, they had to do Protestant shit with the black art. Wicca, or what they call. So they just went up in that shit, and they had these Enochian tablets, which I've shown the actual cat boys who flew over in 94 and brought the stuff back. And they just copied the Greater Key of Solomon, Lesser Key of Solomon by Gregor Mandel. He just went up in there and they gave him. So you say, I don't want that old white boy witchcraft shit. This shit is more science. Volumes of this stuff. So he got these particular advanced science and said, oh, this is quantum physics. So we couldn't understand this stuff all cut up and all kind of messed up with the magical stuff because it's with melanin and they couldn't take it. Of this particular book, they show in here on page 2, it talks about it's called destruction, and in the middle you see what? Carbon, oxygen, core. What they're dealing with at this particular time, which in fact is melanin. Is melanin. Enoch is the Egyptian Tahuti. It's the Greek Hermes. Hermeticism, which is the Greek Hermes. In the Hebrew tradition, Enoch are Hermetic tradition. So Enochian physics is melanin physics. For the history of the occult and the basically ancient Egyptian history, you can break the stuff. Show a diagram. And this is what we need to understand, because this is what white people in 1970 major education, what you go and get now. They can't keep that shit for the niggers, because the Negroes are now migrating in universities, which we set up because we need to get their secrets in the corporate world and get it and give them a check, and they'll be glad to give us their secrets just to make that deadline to please master. In here, we talk about, well, how are we going to get from the other diagrams you'll see in the quantum physics section of Barnes & Noble, especially in Michael Talbert's holograph. In here, this would be the dimension that we are in. And you all can see that? You can get that for the TV monitor in there. Let me know when you got it. You got it? This will be the dimension that you in. The key is not to keep on roaming around this dimension, because your energy is already worn thin in this dimension. It's worn out, because this dimension could be the physical dimension, and you are deteriorating from the physical. Been deteriorating for the last couple of thousand years. But really now in the central stage, or what they call the twilight stage. So the key is not to try to rehash this or how black people are going to get out of this. Let's be frank. Black people don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. It's to slide to the other dimension. Same world, same earth, other dimensions. And we're talking about parallel dimensions in quantum physics that's only a twinkling of an eye where they're running right through you right now. This world exists with other worlds. It's just that you are trapped in the physical body and you can't join that other particular world. You understand how that goes? This is the dimension you in. And you're concerned about this dimension, and you don't know how to get out of this dimension. We done had all these studies, all these things, all these conferences, and we can't shake it. Niggas are still fucked up and we can't do nothing. The key is not to try to patch up this. That's romanticism. Let's be adult about this, because you ain't gonna do shit. I don't have enough faith in black people to do shit, because and that's positive, because I understand a higher metaphysical law. The key is to slide to the other dimension. You get it? You do that through the wormhole. The wormhole, wormwood in the book is melanin. Melanin. Another reality. Y'all stick with me, because cosmic mind, y'all stick with me. I know you all stick with me, but I got to get you this particular stuff here. I got to go into the methods of the Sphinx. That's it. That's it. That's the key. That's the most advanced program on TV. Sliders. Other than getting in a damn spaceship going somewhere, but you can't slide through the wormhole now unless you got melanin. And they got a great diagram in this particular book, Enochian Physics. Very good book. Because even the Enochian, well, the quantum physics book that you get in the physics section, it explains the same stuff. It's just that it's broken down on an academic type thing, whereas this has metaphysical stuff in mind. So they're going to talk about Raheru Kahuti, Tahuti, and the ancient mythology. So I say get this one, Enochian Physics by Gerald J. Schuller. Y'all got it? So this would be your quantum physics book to get. But they already got a test. You can go and order it from, you can order it from Garland the Letters Barnes & Noble. You can get it. It's still in print. But this is the one you want. They got Enochian magic, but you don't need to do that kind of shit because that's, you know, that's a lot of stuff that we used to access and do in Egypt. But now that shit is like, it really is, it don't work now. That stuff don't work now because what it is time to doggone go to the other side, the other dimension. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's just it. Well, the other dimension is your brain is a holographic brain or a brain that is created in this dimension to perceive these dimensions. So even my best type of analysis would be a pale reflection of what it really is. It's whatever you think. Just imagine thinking of whatever the hell you wanted in the world and it appears instantly. Huh? Well, positive and negative is relative. I mean, you know what I'm saying? When you guys, you know, but you can only be evil based on your nature. Your nature is that not of evil. It's only matching because of the physical, because this is an evil realm. But it's like, and you're good for asking these questions because those questions, that's how you get, no, that's how you learn. Ask questions, be honest about it. That's how you really learn. You see what I'm saying? It's, the evil is not in it because that of a person's energy and nature can nothing be but the nature. Evil is only relative to this particular dimension. You see what I'm saying? And it's only an illusion in the first place because you really don't do nothing evil. You see what I'm saying? It's only an illusion in the first place and all. That which can't die cannot suffer in the first place. You see. So now, like I said, the movie Huts and the Hawks goes into that alchemy stuff when you really look at it and all. It goes into the actual alchemy stuff. Now let's go on. Let's see some certain things. Let's see that I already talked about this particular part here. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and read it. The day we became the negrito, the nigger, the spiritual rot, the decay, the shadow, we putrefied or we rotted into the dung, the shit, the fertilizer, the dung beetle into the racial senility. The black race is senile from the ages of eons and the mummy and the cancellation of the physical. I explained this before, but I just was basically reading this on the particular part so you can actually understand what's actually going on. Now, in the book, there's a book called Liber Chaos by Peter Carroll. Liber Chaos by Peter Carroll. Introduction into Chaos Magic by Peter Carroll. Basically what they have done is they have gone and taken the book of the Dead, oldest text in the world, and Egyptian stuff, and they have synthesized it up to the point where they can understand it. That's for us. So they can understand. See, it's not a matter of them knowing the secrets. They know the secrets. It's just that they don't have the energy to do anything with it because they don't have melanin. Because it all breaks down to whether you have the battery. You can have a car here you want, but if you ain't got the gas, fuck it. You can get in there and play drive, but you know, you make movies about heaven and wings and shit. So they have synthesized the information. They are very advanced in this particular part right here. So that's why I'm saying about the mediocrity of what black conscious people think they're in. They ain't even grazing the shit. That's why the white man let them go ahead with their little old African outfits and all that old shit. You know what I'm saying? He know y'all ain't dealing with shit. White people are all in this type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? But it's our stuff, but it's the high advanced stuff. So they have synthesized the book of the Dead. If you ever read the book of the Dead, that shit don't make no sense. Why? Because it's made in chaos. Because it was made for the priests, and the people's consciousness could deal with it a certain way. So they wrote in ritual because they could understand that stuff. What they have done in Liber Chaos, Peter Carroll's Liber Chaos, or Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. What they have done is going in and synthesize it to a social thought so you can understand that everything that appears to be functional, everything that appears to be logical, rational, intellectual, and all that kind of stuff is the lower realm. And this is what the Africans were saying the whole time, and this is what the English and the British mentality couldn't get. When they saw the Africans doing certain things, they said, these people are crazy. It's not rational, logical. That's left brain. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, they have synthesized it into text. In Liber Cal, they have a thing, they got a section, they got, the first section we was in is what is called the Hemmitt, which is talking about, they say Amethite age, which was talking about the Atlantean period where we had full power. Then we went into what is called the age of ancient Egypt, where we was recording different things, and we had to go into the actual priesthood to manifest the power. Then we went into what is straight up monotheism, and that's the shutdown of all the shit. Well, you can't function because you don't have the multiple deities, which is not multiple deities, it's multiple principles. That's like you having a mathematical system and you only got the number 1. You understand? But there's 2 through 9 of the alphabet. And then you double up and go back, but you only got 1. That means that you can't do no math, right? The same thing with the God realm. I was talking about that type of shit. They give you 1 letter. They give you a 4 or something, and you got all the rest of the letters that you don't know about. And that's, so we went into the monotheistic age. Then the cracker come about, and he got some shit called nihilist. Or he got some, not nihilist, but he got some shit called rationalist. And see, that's what the educated black man is falling into. The rationalist. It's got to be rational. And the new age that we're going into is called Pan-Demon. Pan is the Egyptian, the Greek form of Amun-Ra. The Greek god Pan. The Christians use his hieroglyph to make the symbol of the devil because he has horns and stuff. Anytime you see that type of stuff, with the same horns the ram head of Egypt are Hathor, you get Pan-Demon. And in Pan-Demon, on the physical, you have what? Pandemonium. God damn it, we here. You get it? Pan-Demon. Look, let me break some high metaphysical shit down. Anytime you're going to go, like, you get the Greater Keys of Solomon, and you'll see some shit called demon. What you think demon is evil now was a hieroglyph for a certain higher energy. See what I'm saying? So it's the same thing as the skull and the crossbones. You got to sit in your cabinet, skull and crossbones. It means it's a higher form. It don't mean it's evil. Later on, we say that's evil. So demon meant that it was a higher form of the magic. You see what I'm saying? The real deal juice. So Pan-Demon meant the original melaninosis, the original form. But on the physical, you get the word pandemonium. Why pandemonium if the original melanin form is Pan-Demon, which is the most highest form of spirituality? Why is it pandemonium on the physical? Because the physical is in supreme vexation to the physical, to the spiritual. So if the more spiritual you become, the more and more your physical supposed to reject it and break up. You get it? So we're in the Pan-Demon realm. Well, how do you know we're in the pan? Because look at this. Niggas is in pandemonium. We're the only monitor there is because we're the only reality there is. You get it? Some powerful shit when you go back and rewind the tape. See what I'm saying? Huh? Condensed Chaos by Phil Hyde. He said it's not chaos. He said it's not anarchy, it's chaos. Only chaos can give birth to a dancing star. Richard King in Melanin tells you that melanin in African Origin Biological Psychiatry tells you that melanin is called chaos. So the white man got some shit called chaos magic, melanin magic. So the main authors of chaos magic, the main authors of chaos magic, the original author of chaos magic, Aleister Crowley did make chaos magic, but it only became chaos magic in the early 80s. And one of the main authors now of chaos magic guys, Peter Carroll. He wrote the book Liber Null and the Psychonaut. Introduction into Chaos Magic. Liber Null and the Psychonaut. Introduction into Chaos Magic. Then he wrote Liber Chaos. Liber Chaos. And explains about L. Ron Hubbard in them. That's what they're dealing with. That's why the government trying to shut them down. Fucking Scientology.
you see, Liber Chaos. Those are the books. And then Phil Hines, which is his protege, wrote Condensed Chaos. Condensed Chaos, Phil Hines. That's the chaos. That's melanin science. You see what I'm saying? That's melanin science. To understand that particular stuff, you see. You know, okay. Now, let's go to, let's see what we got here. Let's see here. Okay. Let's deal with this one little part here. The history of Gnostics. The Gnostics were labeled heretics because they were the real Christianity. And also, they explained the differences between the races. The races. What happened is this. In the Gnostic scriptures, the original Christianity, which was Gnosticism, they explained the difference between the races. So the Roman church had to come in and shut them down and kill them off and call their stuff heretics. They talk about there's three races of men. One race is a spiritual race, one race is a psychic race, and one race is a physical race. The spiritual race, of course, is us. That's why we can't function on the spiritual. The psychic race is actually a mixture between a group of ancient races that's got white people mixed up in them, and some of them have racial genetic ties, which still make them black, so there's really only two races. And then you have what is called a physical race. Totally physical. It functions off of a physical energy. But they say that the physical race cannot take the energy of the spiritual race. So therefore, the original Christianity, which is Gnosticism, they had to go in and shut that down and call it heretic type of and so that type of stuff came out of the temple of Isis Aphile. Now, I'm at the last part of the lecture, and this is the great shit. I told you that they got two books that was written, The Message of the Sphinx, Graham Hancock and Robert Bouval, very scientific. Then the other book is Colin Wilson's book, From Atlantis to the Sphinx, Recovering the Lost Wisdom of the Ancient World, Colin Wilson, which I think is by him being an occultist. I've seen him do some greater work. I think he should have put some of that occult stuff up in there, but he tried to make it so his contemporaries can get with it because he's friends with Graham Hancock and them. But let me explain some stuff to you right now. Remember I was telling you at first, I think I said something at first about Jurassic Park. Y'all all right in there? I said something about Jurassic Park, and I said the first movie introduced cloning. And I said, all you got to do with the dinosaur shit, that was for the children, but if you take the dinosaur, which is ancient, and you put it in the black man, you got it. This particular part here is the part on what the white man did on his last stand. What they did in the 1980s, they had a big fight all over Europe to fight against getting certain mummies. So this particular group was trying to get this mummy, and this particular group was trying to get this mummy. Well, let me give you the mystery on this. This is some badass shit on what went down. The white man, what he did is he found out a way to clone the pharaoh. He actually went in and took the DNA from the mummies and brought back some of these pharaohs to life. This is how he even found out about the Hall of Records up under the Sphinx. That's the best they could tell him. But it ain't up with some bullshit records that we already got in the pyramids and stuff. They don't know that. They got an extraordinary amount of information. But the information they got, was basically information. It was great information. Some of it was new information, but they couldn't use the information to save themselves. Why is this? Because the pharaohs were not priests. They would let the pharaoh in on some of the priest ceremonies. You ain't never seen no priest mummified. You see? The priests ascended. Because the priests understood it, hell, this is an illusion anyway. So therefore, they only got pharaonic bodies and other types of bodies of Greeks and Romans that was mummified later on. And so therefore, they couldn't get the divine mysteries, but they brought back the Pharaoh, and fucking Jurassic Park was a movie about them cloning the damn Pharaohs. Now, right now, what they can do is they don't even need your skin. Only thing they have to do is go into a grave and get your lower vertebrae, which is your spine, and at the end of that, they can get DNA out of that and clone you. Clone a new one of you from the dead one and bring back people. You see what I'm saying? But they clone these pharaohs. And you know, I had a book that had that shit up in there, and I didn't have no money. I was in a store. I had to go somewhere. I don't know what happened. I didn't buy the book, and I came back, and I never could find it, and I hid the shit. I hid the book, and I never could find it after that. And I think the crackers were looking at me in the camera. When I hid it, they went and got it. Because I never saw another one like it. It was talking about the cloning of the pharaohs.
Yeah, the world news about 2 years ago. I remember that. Remember that?
Yeah, that shit is real deal. Because, you know, the Weekly World News got a lot of truth mixed up in there. Yeah, so they clone the pharaohs and all. And so that's, but even the pharaohs, you get multiplicity. The pharaoh, when they cloned the pharaoh, when they cloned it, when he woke up from getting cloned, he said, is that the clone? He said, no, you the clone. So the clone does not suspect it to be the clone because it only, he said, you got memory up to the time we put you to sleep. In that case, both people was asleep, so they got identical memory. Go back and look at multiplicity. They put that out summer of 96, so they could announce about the cloning thing before. They do that kind of shit, you see, but they know that people are stupid anyway, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, they sure did. It's still on this month, too, you know. The Twat, or the Restyle, or the Rasta. That's where you get the word Rasta. Rasta comes from the ancient word Restyle, or the Rasta Plateau. The Rasta Plateau, which is the 3 pyramids in the Sphinx. You got 3 pyramids. In the Rasta Plateau, they call it Giza Plateau. You got 3 damn crosses at Calvary. Same shit. Then you understand how damn great a mysteries get there. You think 3 motherfuckers dying at Calvary. You got 3 crosses at Calvary, which is talking about the 3 pyramids, because the pyramid and the cross is the same shit. The same damn shit. At the top of the cross, if you line it up, put a line down, it's the damn pyramid, which is the Kabbalah. So you got 3 crosses at Calvary, 3 pyramids at the rest of the Giza Plateau, which represents the 3 pyramids. Isis, not all that king shit, bullshit. Khafre, Menkaure, and Khufu, bullshit. That shit go all back to Atlantis, which represents Aset, Isis, which is Saturn. Osiris, which is Jupiter. And the bigger pyramids represent Heru, Horus, which is Mars, and the symbol of Horus on the horizon is the Sphinx, that whole complex. Which, the 3 pyramids, one, Isis represents the pituitary gland, Osiris represents the hypothalamus gland, and Horus represents the pineal gland. That's why it's the bigger one. It's the bigger pyramid because it's the most one close in this dimension, the offspring of the 2 gods, which is us. That's the mystery of that. Now, the Dwat, or the Twat, of Westo, or Das, means melanin. That's where you hear the word the Twat, or the Dwat. It's the Twat, or the D-U-A-T in Egypt, is D-A-A-T-A, Das, in the Kabbalah. All that means melanin, but it means also the 3 stars of Orion in Orion's belt, pineal, because see, the pyramids also represent the 3 stars of Orion, which is also pineal, pituitary, hypothalamus gland. Isis, Osiris, and Horus, and all. The Dwat is used, and it is translated as heaven. That's what the Twat meant, which is the black dot melanin in you, which represents the the resting place of the lion, which is the Giza Plateau at the Sphinx. And it also celestially represents Orion and the three stars in Orion's belt. It also represents the hill horizon of the summer solstice. And the Twat, based on Colin Wilson's book, the Twat, now this is the key. The Twat, or the Dwat, is known as heaven. You got that? That rises in the summer solstice on July 23rd, somewhere in that area. The calendar's a little bit off. Of July 23rd, when Sirius rises, that's heaven. Another name for the Dwat is called Heaven's Gate. That's what the book says. Now you got to deal with that because the crackers just killed themselves talking about a damn Heaven's Gate. Right? And they talked about the companion behind Hale-Bopp that was following Hale-Bopp. Well, there was something following Hale-Bopp. But if you understand deeper metaphysical implications, the comet came and the star that follows that rises somewhere in July, which is also Heaven's Gate, the Twat. And these crackers killed themselves with the 39, but then again, you broke the mystery on that last night. 39 is also 93 backwards, because every number is infinite in the book of law. That means you can use them any kind of way you want to use them. That's what it means. Because anything infinite, you can do this shit here like dominoes. Not just adding, subtracting, multiplying. You can mix that shit up any kind of way. Every number is infinite. So 39 is also 93, and 93 is one of the keys to the spiritual book of law that was prophesied in 1904 of the god Horus, the original Christ. And 3 times, and then one of in the lowest common denominator, 3 times 93 is 31, and they had the Super Bowl 31 during the same time of Hale-Bopp. I'm telling you, all this shit is connected. And I'm telling you this, that this white boy had this to go down. He knew since the Dogon did this figure ceremony in 1994 that every summer after that, they did it on April 23rd, 1994, and once they do that, it's over. So July 23rd, they were scared. They said, this might be the end of our life. So they got past that. 95 came. So that's the first time Hale-Bopp rose, but they got past it then. 96 came. It was in the middle of the Olympics, but they got past it. This is 97. So 97 or 98, they are scared that they won't get past it. Well, how do we know whatever summer solstice is? You done had 3 or 4 and nothing happened. What makes this one so much harder next year? Well, one thing happened before this summer solstice and any other thing. You had a big-ass comet to come up. Bam. You get it? And that's one of the keys of this whole summer solstice thing. They are scared, so what they normally do, they knew the comet was coming up. They've been tracking it since doggone 95. Hell, Zechariah Sitchin been tracking it since 92. Call it Nibiru. So what they do, they say, just in case we don't be around, we need to start the goddamn apology now. You get it? All related. Now they begging you to save their life. You get it? But the thing about it is this, though. This is the messed up part, though. Every time they try to condemn us, they condemn themselves. Now let's look at the metaphysical counterpart. You take a bomb, or you clone a person and blow up the building. Just so happens some black people was in the building, so therefore, that makes it our personal problem. Black babies, too. My point is this. They took Timothy McVeigh. Now, we know the government was behind it. And they gave him death. Well, since you are behind it and you sentenced him to death, that's like sentencing yourself to death. The divine sentence coming down. Now, they signed the petition and started doggone apologizing. But in the book of Enoch, they said, but no. As soon as they apologize, God come and give a sentence of death to their ass anyway. And they say the next time you crucify me or try to do something about to me, it's going to be at your own hand, cracker. So he went ahead and damn sentenced himself to death by giving the cracker that clone death because it's all a part of the same entity. If you was in on the conspiracy to blow up the building, and either you set this clone up or either you frame him, one of the two, it makes no difference. But to give the outcome death is like giving yourself death. You just gave yourself the goddamn death sentence. See what I'm saying? Now, it's interesting because the Spirit told me to go on the radio and call for the damn jihad. Because I went on the radio and I talked about how they fucked these projects up and killed 12 million black people and crushed up in the melatonin. And I said, we giving their jihad. Because the Spirit said, man, y'all can't get no jihad until y'all ask for it. Motherfucker, you just read the book 2 weeks ago, told you that man is the perfecting agent of God. So how the hell you waiting on the jihad coming from us? You the agent is supposed to be, you the hit man. Give the doggone jihad. I went on 100,000 watts and gave the jihad, but they beat me up with a satellite. That shit was heard all over. And 2 days later, that big ass damn shit hit in Gerald, Texas. See what I'm saying? That's the power we got to do shit. But we gave the jihad, just like last night in the Doom series, I told you that Paul jihad was supposed to start between 96 in the year 2000. We gave the jihad, they went ahead and gave the death sentence, and now they still got to contend with somewhere in this 70 hot days, well 70 days of summer solstice, 50 days of dog days, which gonna be some shit for their ass. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna be some stuff for their ass. The Nile is the Kundalini. The Nile is the Kundalini. The rising of the Kundalini is at the summer solstice. The Nile rises. Your Kundalini rises. What does the Nile do at the summer solstice? The Nile, anybody know your Egyptian history? The Nile rises. And what does it do? It deposits a black silk up against the Nile. Am I right? The base of the Kundalini is at Mount Kilimanjaro, right? It's some badass shit when you break it down. Now the basis is at Mount Kilimanjaro or Lake Victoria, which is Nuanza, whatever that shit is, all at the beginning of the Nile, which is the Kundalini. And it goes all the way up to the goddamn Sphinx, which is Egypt. And what does it do? It deposits a black silk, which is what? Melanin. The Nile is the Kundalini. It deposits a black silk when? Summer solstice. The black silk in the stream upstream of Egypt's banks of the summer solstice, which represents the deposit of melanin from the root chakra to the pineal brain or the pineal gland, which is what? Thou, twat, heaven's gate. You get it? The Kundalini is carried the black soot kim melanin into the city of the root chakra, from the root chakra into the Giza Plateau. So it comes from the city of On to the Giza Plateau also. The three pyramids representing the hypothalamus gland, pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and then, which is Isis, Osiris, and Horus, and the baptism of the Kundalini rises, Jesus being baptized in the river Jordan represents the baptism of his Kundalini rising. Jesus was baptized by John, who is Enoch, who is Elijah, who is Tahuti. Tahuti is Hermes, and Hermes is what? Melanin. The river Jordan, Jesus is baptized with his Kundalini to the pineal gland, which is Hermes, which is Tahuti, which is melanin. And that's the mystery to Jesus being baptized in the river Jordan. The river Jordan is right here. The river Jordan, the river Nile, the Red Sea is the Kundalini. Baptism into, by John. John is also the staff of Tahuti because it's also Tahuti, Elijah, John, Enoch, all that's the same thing. Depends on what system you're in. But it all represents melanin. You get it? All represents melanin. And that's what the science is on all this shit. But they done gave themselves death. But damn it, time is out for some bullshit. Time for the jihad and time for this beast to die. Fuck the dumb shit. You see. And that's what I'm saying. And that's why this time we got him by his balls, because the motherfucker apologizing just as prophesied in the book of Enoch. See what I'm saying? Nigga got his balls. You see. Just like Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, they'll build more buildings, or they'll be shaking in their boots. You see what I'm saying? They're apologizing. You gonna apologize for slavery? That's some major shit. And like one black man called in on BET, he said, you apologize for slavery, that's just like admitting you did do slavery. He said, because white people don't want to admit that slavery even happened. When they say, I didn't do it, you're apologizing now. So the time is on and the books are open. So let's go into a question and answer right now. Okay, one thing. You want to find out more about alchemy. This book is called The Modern Alchemist, The Guide to Personal Transformation by Richard and Inona, that's I-N-I-O-N-A, Inona Miller. Richard and Inona Miller. It's called The Modern Alchemist. It's going to not only just deal with alchemy, but it's going to deal with psychology on why you're all fucked up too. So that's one also. Now let's go into what you get ready to say, sister. Yeah. 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 Good question, and I often wondered why. And the questions that the people gave me didn't hold no water. I said, in that case, you're just as evil as them. But then I got the real deal in the Apocryphon John. That was the stuff accessed out of 1945 in the Gnostic scripture. And it said what happened is that they got these entities that were jealous of us. They talk about those angels being jealous of us. And what they did was they came down and they literally just walked into bodies down here. Mainly this Yakub or Manu or whatever you might call. Wale Tom is one of his names. And basically this particular person, as well as a couple of other scientists, was taken over by some influences that influenced them. It's like a walk-in. And they influenced them, and they was able to go in and create what is called counterfeit spirits. And those counterfeit spirits are white people. So basically, it was a lower entity that influenced these black scientists, and they fell off the horse and did that type of thing. You see what I'm saying? Now, this happened late in the history of Atlantis, because, you know, Atlantis started going through a whole lot of series of changes before it blew up or something like that. They say they blew the shit up. But at that time, at the last time, before the shit sunk, they had a whole lot of stuff messing up. If you notice in our history, shit was up, shit was down, shit was up, shit was down. Just like the old kingdom, new kingdom, shit fell. And so at the last part when our stuff was falling, we had certain energy influence on these entities, and they influenced the scientists to carry out their demands by creating this particular counterfeit spirit by the knowledge that the ancient Atlanteans had of genetic gene splicing, which the white man has now, which we have always had. Basically, yeah. Basically, it took them, they accessed the Moorish tablets, and Hitler and them just became the most advanced of the secret societies of that time, and they carried the shit out. And they used the Jews to genetically study for 6 years until they got it right. Then when they got it right, they said, oh, y'all can end the war now, we finished. Sent out the clone of Hitler, he gets killed, and Hitler go on about his damn business. But basically, it took them years to access it, but they accessed the stuff coming out of the Moorish material from University of Salamanca, and from that they did the clone with. Who? No, it's interesting. No, I used to think that in France they had different theories, but what we got was the incubation place was the cave. You see, the Ice Age did happen. See, we mixing up time zones. At one time, Europe was inhabited by all black people. Then something happened. I think it happened during the time of a certain cataclysmic changes that we brought about, being God, and the Ice Age came on. And so Europe became almost uninhabited. Or you didn't want to be there because They did some shit, and the sun just didn't shine in. It rained in. It was a little desolate land because they fucked it up geologically. Just like we fuck up shit now geologically. But remember now, they were more advanced, so they fucked it up. So they said, well, hell, then use that for the incubation place. So they created them in Europe in the caves as an incubation center because they couldn't use that desolate land no more. They done fucked it up. And that's what the Ice Age thing comes with. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what happened. And then they left them, and they just went straight up savage and all that. It took them years. And then what happened was the Egyptians and all the priesthood gave word, look, we need to go back up in there and train these damn people. This shit is fucked up. Or whatever. And they came in there and got them and tried to teach them and shit like that. And all that type. It was inevitable. They knew black people was going to fall. They knew we was going to have to rely on somebody who was intellectual. So they trained them to be intellectual. It's a bad choice, but they knew we was going to fall anyway, but if they didn't do this and all, we would have fallen, we would have lost the knowledge, and they wouldn't have been able to decipher the damn knowledge, and all would have been lost. So they foresee the future on all this stuff. You're going to find out when you read the text, they saw everything coming. You see what I'm saying? So some of the texts, they even knew the white man was going to be created before he was, and that's just the way the God realm is. It's like a chess game. Fuck it. I mean, we getting the short end of the stick because we are the last residue that had to endure this shit, but it's still only like 2 days. You know what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, because we go through this hell, heaven gonna be all that much sweeter. Or the other dimension, put it that way. You see, so that's what's going on. Give me some more questions. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, BP Randolph, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, I said that she was praying. I also said that she accessed a lot of Moorish material that was left behind. And P.B. Randolph was one of the people that turned her on to the shit. And she ended up getting the claim for it with white America that he actually taught her ass. You are exactly right. But he turned her on to a lot of the stuff, and she went in and synthesized and accessed the Moorish temple, the Moorish stuff. P.B. Randolph was a part of the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor at the time and all, and he just gave her the information on how to get with this type of stuff. And yes, he was her teacher, a black man stuff. And you are exactly right. I mentioned that in my earlier lectures years ago. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, his last story, I saw, there was one or two of them, and all, and then they had the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor. They got him up in there too, that beige book. But you are exactly on that. He wrote the book Sexual Magic too. Yeah. Yeah, he's a bad boy. You know, black man. Not only that, he knew Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, he knew it. He had talked with Abraham Lincoln before too. Another guy was doing the study. Another black guy in Atlanta was doing the study on him in like the early 90s, and he's the one that gave me the information on him and all right. Gave me the information on him also too. So you exactly right. No, but the infancy, it was good that this brother was doing the study because at that time wasn't no books out on him. And this brother was able to get a few rare things, and then not only that, a couple of white boys told him stuff that was actually a cult secret. P.B. Randolph, yeah. P.B. Randolph and all also too. So you're exactly right. He got some of that particular stuff and all. So, basically, I wouldn't really worry about it. I just feel if you got a person that's actually impossible, just notice that it could be that way. But I mean, they're really not even really a threat. Especially in the personal life around here, they would only do it. I mean, you know, they got them. Some dope dealers, a lot of that stuff is cloned, a lot of your gangbangers was cloned, a lot of impossible shit that was going on was cloned, but we're at the end of that right now. It's not like you gotta detect them, like you gotta live with them for on and on. Fortunately, a lot of that shit went on at the end, so we wouldn't have to endure it. Yeah, well, see, a clone is nothing but a white person. That's all a white person was an original clone. It's nothing but gene splicing. You see what I'm saying? They just got some other fucked up shit spliced into them, but that's all it was. Yeah, a clone can reproduce. Well, what happening with fertility drugs is the reincarnation cycle is over. The reincarnation cycle was a low method used to trap souls and spit them back down here to the hell region. But after eons, it got so tired and so weak until it couldn't support trapping the souls. So what happened is the only souls that was coming down here now is the ones that was in transition eons ago. Unfortunately, white people only having like 1 out of 5 babies. You see what I'm saying? So therefore it's even much more difficult for them to have babies and all this type of stuff and all. But so they have to take all these fertility drugs and all that type of stuff. But in actuality, now those souls, when they go up there, they're not going into a cycle of being reincarnated. What they're doing is they're going into a midway point, and that energy is powering up like a dark cloud, and it's getting ready to come back down. And that's what we suspect they saw behind Hale-Bopp, was that type of energy of angry Negroes that know what time it is. Because as soon as you leave the physical body, you know a lot of knowledge, at least some previous knowledge. And so that's what that was. There was a book, Gareth Knight's book, The Experience the Inner Worlds, and he in the last chapter of the book, he got a whole section on the dark clouds, and I think was a prophetic thing of what's that way station on where those souls, so they're not coming back to be reincarnated because they're waiting on us to take this shit back.
So with all that you're saying is going to happen, what is going to happen? Is it what we call revelation, or is it?
Go ahead.
What within the short period of time, the hours left, what is happening today?
Okay, what's getting ready to happen in this is this. The spirit could come in and literally take that energy from them and take it back to a lower astral realm and then burn up the lower astral realm. But because of poetic justice, they put a clause up in there that we will be the ones that's killing them off once we get our God level. So what's going to happen is we are going to kill them all physically. Kill them off, but we will have the spiritual entity to do it. Can you imagine just killing white people all day? That should be fun as a motherfucker, seeing them run and cry. So certain things was put in based on divine justice because they killed us so much. So that's one way to do it, but even the energy, some of them are going to explode. And all of the energy on this artificial realm is just literally going to burn up after we kill up a couple of million of them. Just burn up and just disintegrate back into carbon atoms. No, us. The ancestors is us. We are the gods, and the ancestors, the one that passed on, they are just like us now. They just don't have a physical body, and they're waiting on us. But once we all gonna be the glorified spirits in a few minutes. So it's all of us, top and bottom. You see what I'm saying? That's the concept. You see what I'm saying? That's the concept. It's us. We are the gods. They made the conclusion in France. Egyptologists made the conclusion that after it take them years to advance the stuff. After years, in 1994, they made the conclusion. They said, hey, these gods, man, is back living on the earth. You can imagine where the hell they are. Ain't here. We're not, see, what you don't realize is this. This is how dramatic this shit is. This meeting that's going on right now, we all knew each other. We are those people. And we are having a pre-war discussion as we speak right now. And few other groups in America. You see what I'm saying? That's how this shit is. We are those gods. That's why we having this. Otherwise, you might be like, you could have been somewhere in a holy sanctified church. Or somewhere on the corner, on your knees somewhere, giving somebody head. Not you personally. You know, not you personally. I'm saying, but by the grace of God, go us. You see what I'm saying? For the mere fact that you here means that you're an advanced being. You understand? You could be somewhere with a blonde wig kissing some white boy somewhere. All kind of fucked up shit with the millions of people going through right now. What's that, sister? Yeah, because the planets are not, what you see out there is a holographic planet. Those planets are actually inside of us. So they do have a effects on us because they are inside of us. Each person contains their own small universe. If the universe is contained in God, and if we are a microcosm God, then we got the same universe in us, because ain't no such thing as space and time. It's all one. Well, okay. The sun really is located in your brain. The sun that you're talking about out there is actually a hologram of a greater sun, which is the star Sirius. That's why when you go outside the atmosphere, you don't even see that sun. It's dark out there. That's because it's only reflecting in the actual ether or the atmosphere of a reflection of Sirius, actually. And that's what you're seeing. In actuality, you're not even seeing outside in. You're seeing the sun from the inside out. That's the way those eyes, they project out like a damn movie projector. This is all an illusion. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what's going on. Give me some more questions. Any more questions? We call it for questions. Any more questions? Now, there ain't but one dimension. They say different dimensions, different levels of consciousness and different makeups of the universe, but it's one dimension that we get ready to be back in. You see what I'm saying? Just like you might have different houses in one town, but it's still one and stuff like that and all. So we'll be in oneness and stuff. Well, only thing I can give you is the only thing is mentioned about it, fragment in the Hebrew tradition, but in the Book of Gates, which is the Book of the Dead, or a version of the Book of the Dead, they do mention this great party, and they just say all this food. Now, they put it in that way because they tried to explain something metaphysical about the joy and this big party we're going to have, and they just made a scene with the gods this party with all this food. So we're going to have all this partying and all this kind of shit here, and, you know, you might can get with somebody that you want to get with in the physical, you know what I'm saying? But you gods now, so you can screw who the hell you want. Might be some shit like that. Whatever you can think of, you know what I'm saying? Party time, you know what I'm saying? Who's picking on him?
He didn't ask him anyone in particular. He's just saying he's being harassed by America.
Well, I don't know. His little episode is over. Because he ain't the most bright motherfucker in the world, so I can't really think that his thing can turn out to be something significant, no more than what it was. He was just a pawn in the game in the first place to get this shit going. So, I mean, he's a fucking idiot and shit. He's a Jeff Bodine, so can't too much come on him and what this thing going on about, you know, somebody picking on him and all. You know, he was a fool from the get-go and all. You know what I'm saying? You all get along? You all get along? What's that, sister? But see, that's the nature of the beast. He's a schizophrenic, vile beast. And I often say the same thing myself. Now, here's a man that done pump. This is a man that's got a Holocaust that he hadn't even mentioned to the people. And yet he's apologizing. But then again, he apologized for that shit too. He got it in the movie Extreme Measures. See, he put it in the movies and say, well, it's not like I didn't put the shit out there. Now, if you stupid enough not to draw the connection, that's on your ass. So he's even apologized for that shit. The movie Extreme Measures. And the doctor, Michael Palmer, that's one of the crackers that's a part of the thing. And he got a whole section. Now look at this. Did anybody go and see this man's book? He got a whole section called Medical Horror. Now when you get the book, just remember he got about 5 books out. Maybe 6. Michael Palmer. So, brother say, the sister from Spelman said, well, where in the hell did you get that shit from? I said, well, the stuff is out there, but you just won't accept it. Go down to the store, because they ain't going to put it in the library, they're going to put it in Michael Palmer's book. And he got some shit called Medical Horror on all the fucked up shit they doing to black people. And the most severe, which they was taking the homeless, they made into a movie. There's about 6 books out, Michael Palmer. And I suggest if you want to see what black people are going through, the most horrific stuff, you need to go get Michael Palmer's 6 damn books and read the shit. And everything in that book now is real. The mere fact that they can put it on the shelf as a fantasy, they can put it out there and motherfuckers won't get the picture. That's how they do things because he's more advanced. Michael Palmer. There won't be nothing that is hidden that won't be revealed in the last days. It's just that your methods of getting it might not be the way. That's all falsehood in the first place. Obviously, we know that. We had 140 years of damn scholarship and we still fools and ain't got shit. So you got to look at the other methods. Nobody ever said, the law never said that they didn't put truth in fantasy. We said that because somebody taught us that shit, mainly the TV. So you get Michael Palmer's 6 volumes and it'll go through all of the stuff they're doing with black people in Harlem Hospital, Temple, and all the other kind of places and stuff. In Atlanta, it's a place called Grady, a butcher shop. A butcher shop. That's where they first learned how to clone black people, down there in Grady Hospital, with Atlanta child murders and all that type of stuff, and all these bodies and shit. A matter of hours. It used to be 3 days, about 3 hours now. Huh? Fifth Dimension. Fifth Element. Fifth Element. Or see the movie Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd. They go deeper into it in Judge Dredd. There it was 8 hours, but either way, that's still fast. This is the guy said we can replace our losses in a day. Judge Dredd. That's what the movie was about. And it was dealing with the book of law. The book of the law. And he had on the Horace Falcon shit. Judge Dredd was Heru. Judge Dredd. Both the judge is Osiris, judging the dead, but Osiris Heru is nothing but the living extension of Osiris, remanifested. Judge Dredd, that was the Horus, and he had what? The book of law, either black or red, one of the two. You see, the book of the law. That's what the deal is. Get the movie Judge Dredd or either Fifth Element. You see. Yeah. What? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh. For the video, yeah. You got to go see the movie. Yeah, it's still out. You know. You can get it bootleg, but you know how that is. Some niggas laughing at a screen and shit. I saw a bootleg copy of it, you know. So tell me some more questions.
You know, so that they can do these various things. And most of them, they try to take this black body. And they mentioned Jefferson Hospital here in Philadelphia as one of the main hospitals for...
that Michael Palmer has the whole library right up there in your local science fiction section or horror section. It's called medical horror, which is real. It's a horror that they did this shit medically to us. And white people. Poor crackers get it too. Like I said, man, they went and showed me that poor ghetto in Baltimore. They said you don't know about it because they embarrassed. They don't even show it. And they say the cops went in and beat them crackers down like dogs because they are embarrassed by them. So poor white people, they fuck them up too. Especially you can't trace your shit back to nothing but damn South Carolina. You can't trace it to England. Your ass is toast. They probably get a lot from them because, see, they got to operate on them because of the simple fact that they can't use the black bodies for nothing. So these poor crackers, man, they fucking them up. Yeah, melatonin. Melatonin, and not only that, and a whole other types of potions and shit. Yeah, melatonin, this shit keep them alive, but they say one cracker die every minute with melanoma skin cancer. That's about like a baby something, being born. That's a lot of elimination. So they got to take that melatonin. And especially a lot of them are clones too. So they gotta take that melatonin. Scarlet green, yeah. The leftover scraps that they kill from the melatonin, they put in meat products with boneless. Especially, not necessarily grocery store stuff, because see, people can sue from that, but like a lot of that shit out of that, the McDonald's and stuff, when people start coming down to E. coli and salmonella and all that stuff in McDonald's, They've been having hogs for years, but see, human meat decays faster because it's got more toxins in it. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, Jack in the Box and all that stuff. So they use the leftover scraps for meat products. Soylent Green, yeah. They, yeah. You use the leftover scraps for meat products. Yeah, exactly. So any more questions? For clones, well, they said, you know, one of the features we recognized in clones was one eye being smaller than the other, one pupil being smaller than the other. But you see that, yeah. And one thing is, you see, when you go see the movie Multiplicity, it's kind of hard because if a person has your complete memory, that's a lot of shit. And we just can't go on just black people acting crazy because, hell, that's 98% of us anyway. So, it varies. I got a little book called Clones. Huh? Oh, the blood remembers. That's melanin. I got a book out, Human Artificial Part 2 with the clones. I think Delilah got one. She can Xerox it, but I think they got a little bit of stuff on how you can recognize them in that book. You know, in that book.
What's the best book to help people about not using shots and needles and stuff?
Curtis Koss book, Vaccines are Dangerous. Curtis Koss, Vaccinations Are Dangerous. Still the best book out there. Yeah, as well as the next time you're on the internet, you got access to the internet? Well, if you got access to the internet, you access the Leading Edge Research Group. And they'll give you all the fucked up shit they'll give you all the stuff based on the vaccines and how they're killing black people in what hospitals. Even got some clone stuff on there. Leading Edge Research Group. Just access that. Leading Edge Research Group. That's all you got to access. It's on all major window carriers right now. Leading Edge Research Group. They got new up-to-date stuff on the vaccines and other stuff that they're doing in the hospitals and stuff. They're putting it right on there and stuff, yeah. Just access that particular one. Also, there's another one. If you got the internet, you want to get a lot of Egyptian stuff, access the internet site called the Hall of Records. Hall of Records, because a lot of this shit dealing with the Sphinx, they're going to put on there. Hall of Records is a good internet site. The Hall of Records is a very good internet site. Let me give you some other internet sites. If you're interested in the movie Doom, you want to learn some more stuff, I talked about that last night in the terminology. They have a USUL, U-S-U-L, I think, USUL's Doom. Let me give you the USUL's Doom. And USUL's Doom give you some stuff. Also, Heaven's Gate, that I was telling you about, that then people kill themselves, they got a site. But, that and, let's see what else, but the Hall of Records, that's the Egyptian stuff. They got a lot of good Egyptian stuff on there. They also got a Orisha net, that's the Yoruba thing. It's called Orisha net. I think Orisha net, you can, if you access the Leading Edge Research Group, you can get the Orisha net. But that's a good one. Orisha net is a good one. And I talk about the Gnostic scriptures. There's a Gnostic library. It's called the Gnostic Library. Gnostic Library. You can access that. But it's the Hall of Records is the one that's the Egyptian stuff. But all the damn messed up crazy stuff, viruses, all the fucked up shit, Leading Edge Research Group. And they'll have the topics. You'll go in there and they'll say epidemics, you mash that, they give you all the stuff. They might say genocide or urban genocide, they give you all the stuff on that. UFO stuff, they give you the stuff on that. New stuff they dealing with, you know, metaphysically, they give you all that. You remember the Matrix books? The Leading Edge Research Group is the Matrix website. That's what it is. So they'll give you the updated stuff from the Matrix. to be for them because they be having all kinds of damn crazy ass stuff in the hospital. People born with tails. A lot of white babies are born with no brains. You see, a lot of them, especially these new ones. No organs, no androgynous, all kind of messed up stuff. So some of the babies, they got to do that ultrasound so they can kill it off right off quick. Yeah. Yeah. They say that, you know we got to get out of here. They say these crack babies are just now coming of age. They're like 10 now. And there's some people doing some reports on them. So these motherfuckers ain't nothing to play with. You see what I'm saying? These crack babies, boy, they say they of age now. They something else. You see. So that kind of thing, you know. Yeah. Yep. If not, what little bit left of the have-not, because that was predicted in Franklin Lee Frazier's book, Black Bourgeoisie, that the have-not's going to turn against the haves, and rightfully so. But that's what's going to happen too. And they said if it don't happen soon, that's what's going to happen in Africa. They're going to rise up against all them puppet leaders and kill them off.
They had these sites,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden, the people disappeared. And they said that some of those people couldn't walk or anything, so they know that they could not go up in those hills. They took those people up the hills and killed every last one of them.
Yeah.
Every last one of them.
See, when they told them, put them on training. Almost like what you was talking about down there.
Yeah.
They showed that up coming out of Africa on one of the news reports.
So how many hours was that? 5? Okay. So you needed a new tape anyway then. You only had 4.5, right? So, okay, good. 5 hours, that's cool. That was intense, though. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I just... Shit. Yeah. You still recording, right? Okay, which one? It's pandemonium down here. It's pandemon in the spirit, which is talking about the latent, most powerful energy. Back to the real, original melanated soul. That's us. Pandemonium down here, because the physical is an alien to that, so it's taking off that stuff. I want to get to the point where I ain't got to worry about no damn money. I ain't got to worry about eating. And I ain't got to worry about no goddamn family members. My family members are cool because I shut that off, but I'm just saying, you know, and just worry about all the hustle and bustle and all that old stuff. If you notice now, you can watch TV and you go and get no enjoyment out of that no more, and you can have a whole cable system. Everything, even the music. I can play music and I can get a few memories off the old stuff, but you don't. Just seems like nothing gives you enjoyment no more. You know what I'm saying? Even sex has done changed a little bit. You see. That's the last thing, but you know, it still ain't, and it still ain't what it used to be. Huh? Yeah, all this stuff, this physical just basically being garbage now. This is the waste. They call it the swallow, the dreg. Yeah. Johnny Quest. Yeah, they redid it now. It is. Yeah. You ever see the gargoyle still? Cause that's still
I brought since you mentioned it, I brought the cow cassette, the gargoyle.
Yeah.
It has the original story on it.
okay, right.
And it's good. It's talks
That's the Moors.
talks about them get the stone, this white boy gets the stone.
And take it up. Yeah, I got that one right. Yeah.
It comes with a game at the end.
Yeah, that gargoyle. Last year I used to record them all, bro. I got like hours of that stuff and all, you know. And they had one that said tapping into melanin files.
He sleeps in the day, and he wakes up at night.
Well, see, that's us. We're nocturnal. And even Thomas Jefferson in his memoirs mentioned that. He said, I can't understand how some people can work all day and party all night. Slaves. Work in the fields. He said, these people are nocturnal. We are.
Well, back to the thing you were saying about in the daytime, you work off the sun's battery. At the nighttime, you work
Exactly. On battery. Yeah. Okay, sister, I enjoyed you. But one good part now, you seeing the government begging. We got them. We got them. We got their ass. Anytime they start apologizing, the cracker don't do nothing unless he's scared. And in the book of law, I want to put in the book of law, in the book 777, Kabbalistic 777, Alistair Crawley, it says at the end, in the part of 70, on the number Kabbalah of 97, the Kabbalistic breakdown of 97, it says the appointed time.
Same guy said he ain't smoked with no women, he ain't smoked no herbs, now he apologized for slavery.
Yeah.
He denied shit that
Right.
everybody done done. You know what
Right.
I mean? Now he gonna say, yeah, well, slavery,
Yeah.
he did that first.
Right.
I didn't know either.
Right. A man that ain't.
They ain't sorry. They just want to live. That's
Yeah.
they playing on your news.
Trying to get some niggas on their side.
He equals MC. That's energy and motion, and they trying to play with it.
Yep.
Because they know
So-
they know emotional people.
Well, I guess that's it. What's the name? You can cut on off the camera, I guess. Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Take care, Bob.